Bara bim bara boom. Bara bim bara boom. Fan, vad den då? Åh! Då var det dags, tror jag bestämt. Så, jag har precis loopat här efter att ha blivit skjuten av någon pilbågstok. Så nu är frågan vad jag ska göra näst. Bra load time här nu. Så se också hur pass mycket bättre optimerat det.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina? I don't think so. I've never seen you before in my life. Oh, Bacchus, how much did I drink last night? Sorry to have bothered you. Oh, and since you seem to be in a hurry, you should try out this device I made. Worked real hard on it. Just attach the pulley to the rope over the lake and hang on to the handles. If it works, it'll be faster than walking. And if it doesn't work, worst thing that can happen is you'll take a swim in the lake. I haven't quite summoned the courage to test it myself. But don't worry, it's completely safe. Probably. All right, see you around.
Men alltså, vad är detta då? Hur använder jag den då i frågan? Det gick ju inget bra. Vad fan, det gick ju inget bra. Hallå? Trycker på alla knappar. Räknas inte det där som självmord då? Det är frågan. Måste jag höra honom igen.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and... Oh, and since...
Okej.
Just attach the pulley to the rope over the lake and hang on to the handles. If it works, it'll be faster than walking. But don't worry. All right. Salve.
49 melodies fetch again with incessant labor the water they have lost.
My life has been tortuous. Fasen betyder det. As the 7 labors of Hercules, orphaned, defeated, and enslaved. Yet I would suffer it all again gladly, because each loss, wound, and tragedy brought me to you. Radiant as Rome's sacred flame, your bright warmth nourishes my soul. Engelskan. I know I can never touch you any more than I can hold Vestas flame. But to watch and love you from afar, bathing in your glow is enough. Fanns inga fler. Baxa stålar vet jag inte om jag ska göra. Det är ju ytterst oskönt.
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls. But it does not notice the crowds that come. The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives. They never do. The bloodless
Jag vill ju
shadows
veta vad jag ska svara.
help me. You cannot help me. I have seen things. A pattern, a terrible pattern. It is better for you if you remain ignorant. Pandora's box must stay closed. I'll say no more. There is only a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions. The bloodless shadows. This is their punishment. The newly arrived are ignorant of the road before them.
Jaha du, Livia.
You, Sisyphus, attack or pursue the stone that always returns.
Alltså det är så mycket stålar överallt, jag vill ta dem, men jag kan ju inte bara stjäla pengar, det går inte för sig. Det får jag inte göra. Får inte stjäla stålar. Veni vidi vici. Ja du. Vänta, förstår jag nu det här? Theophilus had an orgy with 4 girls here and disappointed all of them equally. Hopp! Titta hur mycket pengar det finns. Hur jäkla mycket tjuv kan vara? Looks like Domitius was carrying his shield with him when he arrived in the city. Jag tar allt, va? Alltså kleptomaninstinkterna i Skyrim-formatet är ju smärtsamt starkt alltså. Vad hände här då? Äggen är säkert bra om man ska laga mat eller någonting. Så måste jag ju tänka. Någon rätt som skulle lagas. Det var någon jäkla maträtt. Här är han ju och hänger, vet du, våran polare. Galerius. Tjena, salve. Nej, jag är ett spel.
I saw you use the device I made, and it worked! Anyway, I'm sorry to ask, but is there any chance you'd be willing to do me a favor? Well, I've been trying to get this rare flower from the rock spire in the middle of the lake. It's too steep to climb, so I hung a rope over the lake and made this pulley device, only I couldn't quite summon the nerve to use it. Do you think you could use the device again and try to get that flower for me? Oh, thank you. It would help me a lot. There's no rush, just whenever you get a chance. All right. See you around.
Vad ska du med blomman till, hörru? Hörru. Och hur... Då är syftet, tanken att jag hoppar av. Jag bara tar ett stort leap of faith. Nämen. Jaha, där hoppar jag. Men vad fasen. Vänta nu, kontrollerna här är ju helt, hjälp mig. Nu snackar vi. Jump. Där. Nej. Men. Hallå. Nej. Nej men. Vad fasen. Ja. Kom igen nu, jag ska hoppa på journal zoom. Hur gör jag? Om jag vill ändra den här till A så kan jag inte göra det. Jag kan inte. Jag vill knäpp. Skit i samma. Knäppliga. Det här var de mest märkliga kontrollerna jag har stött på, tror jag. Så otroligt bisarra. Hoppa på B. Är det vilket annat spel hoppar på B? All right. Bara bim, bara bom. Och där satt den. Nej, men vänta nu. Okej. Where are you at, Galerius? My dear Galerius. Titta här. Det här är bra skit alltså.
Fortune smile on you. Ah, it's you again. Hope you're settling in, friend. Now, what's on your mind? Brilliant! You did it! Well done! This is going to make her so happy. Equitia, I mean. Now I just have to figure out how to give it to her. What I really want to do is walk up to her, give her the flower, and confess I've been madly in love with her since the moment we met. But on the other hand, I can't shake the feeling that the consequences could be terrible. You mean, aside from her execution? You see, Equitia is a Vestal priestess, meaning she's taken a vow of chastity, the breaking of which would be an extremely serious affront to the gods and a capital offense. Even if she was just suspected of being unchaste, it could lead to her execution. Unchaste Vestals get buried alive. Oh, and I'd get flogged to death for good measure. But at the same time, she's just so kind and graceful, and I feel so much love for her that if I don't tell her, it'll burn a hole in my chest. I don't know what to do. What do you think? What would you do? I suppose you're right. What I need is a go-between.
Alltså det här är så märkligt.
Tell her how I feel and find out how she feels without risking her life. What do you say? Do you think you could help me one more time?
Enemas problemas.
Wonderful! Now, all I need you to do is give her the flower and tell her it's from a secret admirer. Tell her I'll keep my distance and that I just want her to know that she's loved.
Åh.
Thank you. Come back as quick as you can and tell me what she says.
Stackars gubbe, va? Inte lätt. Life ain't easy.
Fear is proof of a degenerate mind. What is it, citizen? All right?
Minns du mig? Det kan du inte göra.
Don't mind me. I just live here. Oh, I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians in here. What do you want? I trust you can see yourself out.
We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name? We have? Wait, if I understand correctly, someone is about to break the golden rule, forcing me to create a portal in time to bring you here? I must have entrusted you with figuring out who the culprit is. Only, I assume we failed, and you had to start over. Is that about right? If so, what happened? Ah, I see. Look, it's unfortunate, but all that matters now is that you make use of what you've learned and gathered and do better next time. Now, I assume you've sought me out again for a reason. Of course, what is it? Why then did you say... it doesn't matter. It looks like you'll have to continue your investigation. Now, was there anything else you wanted to ask? Ask then. Good. Now, was there something else you wanted? Thank you. If you're snooping around in my possessions, you're wasting your time.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
What did you idiots do?
Tjena Prodigon! Det här är The Forgotten City som släpptes tidigare i somras.
Look like you've just taken on a gladiator and lost.
Och det är ett time loop-spel där jag har hamnat i vad ska jag börja? Jag vaknar upp och vet ingenting och så vaknar jag in, så promenerar jag in i en gammal stad, en gammal romersk stad. 800 år efter Kristus tror jag, eller någonting sånt där. Och ja du. Jo, så här. I den här lilla staden där det just nu bor 22 stycken invånare så dör alla blir till guld. De här guldstatyerna som finns i den här staden runt om. Så det finns något exempel på en guldstaty. Bara för det. Här ska vi så är vi bara. Poff. Det finns lite guldstatyer i alla fall. Och de här guldstatyerna, såna här, det är alltså människor som har bott i den här stan förut. Och människorna som bor i den här staden, om det är någon som begår en synd så dör alla basically. Jag ska lista ut varför. Och det är time loop. Och det är, ja, det är fest. Precis kommit igång. Det här är en översättning då. Don't steal anything, don't hurt anyone, whoever wrote this didn't get a chance to finish evidently. Och jag stal precis pengar ifrån någon och det var ju inget bra, för då begick jag en synd och då blev hela staden förbannad igen. Hur länge med det då? The Myth of the Golden Rule by Dorotas the Younger. As per our custom, I shall begin by paying my respects to the god responsible for this city. For our continued prosperity and tranquil seclusion, he deserves our admiration, but here I must depart from custom. For his attempt at imposing strict rules upon us is oppressive and overreaching, and deserving of our contempt. Ja, men det är verkligen, och det roliga är att det här är alltså ett spel som har gjorts av ett team på 3. En av personerna som är lead writer, han gjorde en Skyrim-mod som varit väldigt populär inom Skyrim-modden communityt för väldigt många år sedan. Och när den sen kom över till Xbox One-versionen för Skyrim då, på Xbox One så tilläts moddar också. Och då var det det blev den mest populära modden på Xbox One för Skyrim. Alpius killed Centilla. Och i samband med att den blev det så startade de en studio där han tog in 2 till som de heter Modern Storytellers. Och de började jobba på den här som skulle bli ett separat spel som föddes ur den Skyrim-modden. 4,5 år senare i somras, lite början på sommaren och slut på våren, så släpptes det. 3 personer mainly som har byggt det här då. Och ja, kommer faktiskt till Game Pass, kom det också nu i dagarna. Och ikväll planerar jag att bli klar med den här rackaren. Det här alltså. Ja, men eller hur? Det är väldigt... det är väldigt smalt på det sättet. Det vill säga, det är inte super stort, utan det är en väldigt koncentrerad upplevelse. Det är väl det som är... ja. Det är mycket hittills som är lätt att älska, om man säger så. Tycker jag. Nu håller jag på att försöka lista ut, vem är det? För det är så här att man pratar med ledaren i staden, den ledande politikern. Mycket pengar nu. Den ledande politikern i staden, och han menar att på grund av att jag är här så förstår han att det är någon som kommer att begå en synd. Och då har han bett oss då som spelare att försöka ta reda på vem det är som eventuellt kommer begå den här synden. Och förhindra det, så att alla i staden faktiskt räddas då. Så det är det här går ut på. Lista ut vad det är som försiggår. Marknaden här. Vad händer här nu då? Ja, just det. Men vem är det här då?
What are you doing in here? Can't you see this woman is dying? She's been poisoned. She needs the resin of a plant called silphium, but that Culus cubulates decius won't give it to me. It's too late. She just slipped away.
Aj, aj, aj.
No, now it's fine. I can't afford to wallow here. And I need the distraction. What's on your mind? Sure. What do you want to know? Do you really want to know? I mean, if somebody poisoned her, then surely they would have broken the golden rule, and so maybe it's best we don't discuss it. Hemlock, I believe. I haven't seen her in months. She's not allowed to leave Malleolas's villa, and they are quite secretive. Gladly. Well, come back if you get sick or injured. Day or night, I'll do what I can.
Ja, du... Julia.
Greetings and salutations. Greetings, I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to see another foreigner in our midst. We must stick together, you and I. And I must say, my sartorial friend, your clothing is most extraordinary. Leather boots in place of sandals, trousers with precise stitching, and such a curious design. I have traveled distant trade routes from the markets of Damascus to the farms of India, and never have I seen anyone dressed quite like you. Tell me, I must know, from which exotic part of the world do you hail? Is this a riddle, or perhaps you mean to say you feel like you are ahead of your time? I feel the same way. Another reason for us to stick together. We will have much time here to get to know one another. But for now, do you require assistance? I know you do not require clothing, so information perhaps? My story? How kind of you to ask. I am a tailor and I run the humble shop in the forum. You mean to say, with all the turmoil and terror of the Golden Rule and so few customers, why bother setting shop at all? I'll tell you, it is precisely because of the Golden Rule that I wish to remind my friends of the importance of looking one's best. I say, the more of our customs we preserve down
Ja, men kul att höra.
the more we can preserve a semblance of normality, the better our chances of keeping our heads. Don't you agree?
Är du klar med dig själv eller?
A good question. A very good question indeed. And I would be happy to tell you if only I could remember it clearly myself. I remember I had just been to Rome to sell an extraordinary selection of wares, and drowning in coin, I decided to celebrate my success. I rented a prestigious villa by the Tiber, invited over a few select friends, and we began making our way through some of the most exquisite wine money could buy. Quite a lot of it, in fact. Now, I have had visions and awoken in strange places before. I have even found myself naked in the desert sands more than once, but none of that compares to this. This time, I remember people screaming, then falling into a void as empty as time before creation.
Ja, jag förstår precis.
And then, nothing. When I regained my faculties, I was lying naked by the banks of the Tiber, gods know how many miles from my villa. Indeed. I'm lucky I was carrying a little extra weight. I believe it kept me afloat. In any case, it seems I'd been rescued and resuscitated by a benevolent stranger. I went to find firewood for his campfire, stumbled across a cave, and discovered that trapdoor temple. And here I am.
Ah.
Anything you like. Shh! Not so loud! What are you playing at? I must ask you to stop that at once. Have you not been told about the last attempt? Oh, then I suppose this duty falls to me. Ah, it is a long story. Aha, you are witty. I like that. Of course, the first question any of us asks when we first arrive is, how do I escape? It is only natural after all. And scaling the chasm wall is out of the question, for it is simply too steep and too far. But as they say, if the wind fails, use the oars. And here the second option is to leave the way we came in, through the shaft above the bathhouse. See, the shaft is quite high, but if one gathered up enough wood, one could make a series of ladders and climb one's way out. They have. I am getting to that. There was an attempt, made by resourceful fellows who lived here some years ago. They even decided to keep records of their escape attempt for posterity. Unfortunately, as soon as they began to carry the first ladder down the hallway, they heard a godlike voice shake the entire city, and that, tragically, is where their tale ends. So it seems that to merely attempt escape is to invite the wrath of whichever god oversees this place, and so I say it is best to not even discuss it aloud. Ah, yes. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. As a Greek, this is nothing new to me. It is how our gods operate. Have you not heard the tale of the god Hades? He was the first to learn this dreadful lesson when he abducted Persephone and imprisoned her in the underworld. When Demeter, the mother of Persephone, learned of this, she did not punish Hades, the guilty one. Instead, she changed the climate of Earth so that it became hot and dry. Nothing grew. The grain turned to empty husks and the rivers dried up. Innocent people died by the tens of thousands until at last the other gods were forced to act, lest they have no worshippers left. So yes, we know this rule. This has always been the case. The Golden Rule has merely brought it into focus. If we are to survive, I say we must each heed the simple wisdom of Thales of Miletus, first of the 7 sages of Greece, who said, "Avoid doing what you would blame others for doing." It does, doesn't it? But it is not enough for us to do this alone. For even if 99% of us adopt this principle, that will never be enough. Sadly, no matter how well we protect ourselves, the life's work of many good people can be undone in the blink of an eye by a single selfish act.
En tung rad ändå. Tung rad.
Ah, the voice of experience. I am sorry for your loss, my friend. But on a lighter note, I will say one thing for the golden rule. For all their grim and haunting poses, these golden statues do make magnificent models for my clothing. Do they not?
Aj, 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 aj.
That, my friend, is quite the dilemma. But after some reflection, I'm leaning toward voting for Malleolus. I do not enjoy the thought of another visit from Domitius if I voted the wrong way. Nothing comes to my mind, my friend. I hope that our paths cross again soon, my friend.
Alla är ju superpratglada. De har skrivit så fruktansvärt mycket bra rader. Tycker jag. Senare.
Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome to our little community. My name's impossible to pronounce for most people, so you can just call me Virgil. You arrived on a sad day, friend. What with Julia's death? I wish we could have met under better circumstances. Well, I'm an architect. Or at least I was back in Rome. That's probably too grandiose a term to describe what I do here. Help out with repairs and try to stop old buildings from collapsing on people, that kind of thing. But you probably don't want to hear about the ingenious architecture or mysterious history of this place. Oh, I'm glad you asked. Some of these shrines were constructed hundreds of years ago, which means Romans have been arriving here for at least that long. But there's one thing that puzzles me. The oldest shrine in this avenue isn't Roman at all. It's Greek. Well, yes, that could be the reason. Or it could mean that there were Greeks living and worshipping here before the Romans arrived. Which begs the interesting question, who really built this place? And could it be far older than any of us imagine? If only there was a way we could talk to the people who came here before us. The stories they could tell. Gladly. Personally, my favorite thing about this place is
Jag har faktiskt inte gjort det.
those series of adjoining
Jag är väldigt
arches.
nyfiken när jag läste om det. Jag har skickat ett gäng frågor till studion också. Dock har vi inte fått svar än. Men det finns många bra artiklar. Jag vet att IGN gjorde en bra intervju med jag tror Nick bakom det här också.
And the rest is funneled to the shrine of Proserpina, where it fills the lake, and allows us to fish and farm. Hey, not so loud. Just talking about that could anger the gods for all we know. I'm not saying it's impossible, but you'd have to find a way inside somehow. Just, please, try to be a bit more discreet about it. You mean the Great Temple? This one's a bit of a mystery. Given the way it's positioned so prominently, looking down on us, it's clear that whoever built it felt it was the most important temple in the city. Unfortunately, someone else went out of their way to keep its purpose a mystery. You see, usually a temple is dedicated to a particular god, like Proserpina or Diana or Apollo. Usually, that god is obvious. But in this case, it's unknown. There's an obelisk out the front, which probably used to bear the name of this unknown god. But it appears some barbarian defaced it. And of course we can't get inside because it's locked up tighter than the Temple of Saturn in Rome. And that contains the treasury. So we're all left wondering, which god is that temple dedicated to? And could it be the one responsible for the golden rule? Unless somebody figures out a way inside, I suppose we'll never know. Of course, You wouldn't believe how often the new ones ask that question. But I'd tell you the same thing I tell everyone else. There are much worse places to live out your days. You might have a few sleepless nights thinking about the golden rule, but once you get used to the fear, knowing that a single slip-up could cost you everything, it's not too bad. Nothing new to me, anyway.
Just nu är det ju mycket att jag har träffat typ kanske 5-6 personer, kanske 7-8 då i och för sig. Av de här 22. Jag har pratat med allihopa och försöker lära mig deras motiv. Och vissa av dem har ju uppgifter jag kan hjälpa till med, medan andra inte har.
Oh, I just mean I grew up in the Batavi tribe, far to the north in Noviomagus, and learned to expect a bit of hostility. They weren't nearly as tolerant as the Romans. Some people say it's divine, the work of a god, but I'm not so sure. It just seems so flawed to me. Like it's distinctly human. I mean, once you've been here long enough, you'll notice people doing things that just seem so wrong to you. But this so-called god doesn't seem to care, which means one of two things. Either you don't know the difference between right and wrong, or this unknown god doesn't. And I'm pretty sure I know the difference. Do you? Good. Then I hope you'll agree that there are only two ways of dealing with unfair rulers. The first is to leave. The second is to remove the ruler from power. And it seems leaving may not be an option. Good question. It's best if I say no more, but I hope you give it some thought.
Vilken lirare alltså. Vilken liten hustler.
Look, I haven't done anything wrong. If that's
Den här the golden rule är ju att om jag gör en synd så dör alla. Alla i staden dör då. Så att de lever alla i ett community där ingen vågar synda. För att så fort någon syndar, stjäl eller slåss eller sådär, så får de här gyllene statyerna liv och skjuter ihjäl alla i hela staden.
Hey, nothing gets by you, huh? Sorry, that was mean. Yes, I like men. And when you grow up in the north, as I did, in the city of Noviomagus, you expect a bit of hostility. The Batavi are not known for their tolerance. I saw enough friends killed or driven away to know the cost of not keeping your personal affairs to yourself. So I hid who I was for, what was it, nearly 10 years? Watching what I said and where I looked. But that kind of fear eats away at you slowly, until living isn't any better than the thing you were afraid of. Needless to say, since I'm now living underground, halfway across the known world, with an assumed name, my openness didn't go down well among the enlightened folk of the Batavi. Nice of you to say, but not necessary. In any case, the Romans are far more accepting, and among them, I get to be who I am. Or at least I thought that was the case. It seems I was wrong. It's not just graffiti. I have quite a collection of handwritten notes too. The strange thing is, I keep my personal affairs to myself. I've never really been interested in any of the men here. Not my type. So I'm not sure what I could have done to upset this person. If I had to guess, I'd say it's probably one of those cultists. Strange bunch. They insist there's only one god, and that he considers my nature a sin. Can you believe that? If there are any of them here, they won't admit it. Not since they supposedly burnt down half of Rome last year and went into hiding. All I know is if these threats keep escalating, eventually my secret admirer is going to cross a line and break the golden rule. What? Really? I didn't expect that. But thanks. It's always a pleasure to meet someone so selfless. I'm glad you arrived when you did. I'd start by figuring out who the cultists are. Or maybe ask around among the merchants here. Someone who lives or works in the forum must have seen something. But if you find them, please don't hurt or humiliate them. I suspect they're just confused. Come back and let me know what you find.
Snyggt, Virgil. Det är inte lätt alltså. They may not see you, yes, but I want you to know I see you. Do you really want to be responsible for the sin that destroys us all? Stackars Virgil, va? Han står och tvättar sig, stackarn.
Wonder how much one of these statues is worth on the outside. Salve, stranger, and welcome to our idyllic little slice of the Empire. I'm Dacius. I don't, I'm afraid, but I did overhear Fabia telling Georgius she saw something. She was headed to the baths not long ago.
Okay.
Certainly. All I ask is a reasonable price of 1,000 denarii. Very well. Perhaps I can interest you in something within your budget? Very well. Another time.
Och jag vågar inte gå dit för att då är det kört. Eller vad är det här då? Vad är det för någonting som händer där? Varför är den highlightad?
Hey, Virgil, how much would you want to make me a bow?
For the last time, Dacius, I'm not making you a bow.
But why?
You know why.
But how am I going to defend myself against someone else with a weapon?
There are no other weapons in the city. We all went along with the magistrate's weapons ban, so it wouldn't be an issue.
Ja, inte riktigt.
Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit?
Många av dialogerna blir väldigt smidigt anpassade efter att jag har varit redan i en loop liksom. Så det är också smart av dem.
Oh my. I take it people are quite direct where you're from. I suppose it's quite charming in its own way. Usually, however, you wouldn't simply march up to a Vestal priestess and without due formality or courtesy ask, "What is your story?"
Som det här, det är så bra, de är så smarta.
The proper approach would be to arrange an introduction through a mutual acquaintance in high office, by which time you would already know how to address me. And then you would find a way to satisfy your curiosity rather more indirectly. But to be honest, I've often thought what an unnecessarily formal way to communicate that is. So, let's do it your way. You just keep being yourself and ask whatever you like. It'll be a refreshing change. You know, I'm not entirely sure. But what about you? How did you end up here? Karen, you say? And nothing about that name seemed odd to you?
Alltså det här är för roligt. Det är någonting med Karen. Jag fick direkt en signal från att den här kvinnan som fiskar upp en i början av spelet, hon heter ju Karen, och hon säger vad hon heter, så säger hon att folk typ det här namnet har en negativ klang idag typ.
Why is that? The memes? What are the memes?
A meme is a small image you share with other people. They become...
So, a bit like Egyptian hieroglyphs then? So your people make hieroglyphics depicting this accursed character, the one they call Karen. I wonder if... No.
det är så bra.
I apologize. I don't mean to be cryptic. It's just that you've got me thinking. Have you spoken with any of the others about how they arrived here too? I really think you should. Go around and ask them what they remember and see if you notice any patterns. Good. Thank you. But please be careful. I just don't want to see what happened to Livia happen to you too. You have? Then what is it? Yes, I understand many of our friends were carried here by a river current. What else? There are definitely some common threads there. But I think we'll need at least a few to ensure we're not just seeing coincidences. Keep asking people how they wound up here. I don't want us to rush to any conclusions yet. Livia's fate weighs heavily on my mind and dictates we should be sure. Yes, you should ask the others first. I don't, I'm afraid. It seems to me we're exiled here until the gods judge us, one way or another. I'm quite sure it's the work of the gods, which is strange because they've never been particularly concerned with our misdeeds, as long as we've kept the peace of the gods. We asked for blessings, for good health, bountiful harvest, military victory, and in return, we offer praise, wine, incense, or animals. But here, it seems they require much more of us. I find myself reminded of an especially pertinent tale from our great poet Ovid in his epic Metamorphoses. Would you like to hear it? It is rather long. Wonderful. It goes like this. Baucis and Philemon were an old married couple living a humble life in a small town. One night, the town gets a visit from a couple of vagrants. They go from door to door, asking for a place to stay the night. Of course, being vagrants, they're turned away sharply from house after house, 1,000 in all, until finally they come to the little cottage where Baucis and Philemon lived. Now, the kind old couple had very little to offer, but nevertheless, they invite these strangers into their house and offer them food, wine, and a place to stay. Immediately, the guests make themselves at home. They begin gulping down the old couple's wine, so much so that Baucis, the old lady, begins to worry they're going to run out. And then she notices something strange. Her wine pitcher keeps refilling itself, as if by magic. Realizing only a select few possess such powers, says to her husband, Philemon, "I think these men are gods in disguise." Immediately the couple begins apologizing for offering such coarse wine, and the vagrants metamorphosize and reveal themselves to be Jupiter, the king of the gods, and Mercury, the trickster god. They confide they didn't mind the meager offerings. They were just pleased that someone in the town offered them hospitality. Then Jupiter says to them, "You have passed our test, but everyone else in this city failed, so we are going to destroy this place and everyone in it, except you, who we will grant a wish." So old Baucis and Philemon escape up into the mountains safely, and they receive their wish, which is for eternity together. Meanwhile, Jupiter carries through with his threat and wipes that city off the map. Some say the moral of that story is that we must all honor the sacred rituals of guest friendship, the reciprocal obligations owed between hosts and guests. But I like to think it's that we should always show compassion for those less fortunate than ourselves.
Inget sånt här, Joker. Oj, oj, oj. Förbjuda hit gubbgamen istället. Or perhaps it's that the gods might kill you at any moment for failing their tests. And they don't even have to tell you what the rules are.
A cynic philosopher might take that view, but it's not entirely invalid, I suppose. It must be completed by dusk, just the same as any other official business. It'll be between Sentius, the incumbent, and Malleolus, the challenger. Why do you ask? All of the male citizens who are willing and able to attend, unless they're running, of course. Well, you're not a citizen yet, so no, I'm afraid not. But if it's any consolation, there are other ways to influence the outcome of an election. By using whatever gifts the gods gave you. Nothing untoward, of course. I'm responsible for announcing it and making sure the procedures are followed. You can, assuming they're eligible and willing to accept the nomination. All of the male citizens who are willing and able to attend, unless they're running, of course. That's just the way it's always been, I'm afraid. It never sat right with me, either. There are some women who can vote, Vestal priestesses like myself, but in this case, given my role overseeing the election, I've decided to abstain. I can't allow the perception that I'm being anything but fair and independent, but if it's any consolation, there are other ways to influence the outcome of an election.
Aww.
As I said, I'm planning to hold it before dusk, but I suppose I could hold it sooner, if there's a good reason. Yes, I have overheard some rather unpleasant arguments. The last thing we need here is additional conflict. Very well, I'll get things started.
Det här var ju aldrig meningen. Nej, 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 nej. Nej, 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 nej. Nej.
Let us meet to elect our magistrate.
Jag vill ge en blomma. Dumt. Kom igen, vi snacka med mig. Jag har en blomma. Vad har jag gjort? Nu har jag förstört den. Men hon är fortfarande livrädd där borta. Alltså det kommer inte gå. Kommer hon alltid sitta där undrar jag? Det är ju frågan. En, två, tre, fyra, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
We have a quorate body of voters gathered here to elect the city's magistrate. The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and Marcus Malleolus Gurges. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Malleolus.
Dacius.
Malleolus.
Galerius.
I abstain. I'm just here to observe.
Virgil.
Malleolus.
Rufius.
Malleolus.
And finally, Domitius.
Malleolus. Who else?
Citizens, you have made your decision. Your new magistrate is Marcus Malleolus Gurges.
Hail, Magistrate Malleolus. I said, hail, Magistrate Malleolus. That's more like it.
Ja, men
Thank you.
alla röstade ju.
I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. Under my leadership, you will finally enjoy the freedom you deserve. No more shall you walk on eggshells, fearing simply to live and breathe, because the tyrant Sentius told you it was forbidden. For my first act as magistrate, I hereby announce a day of celebration to mark the end of an era. The myth of the Golden Rule is no more.
The Golden Rule is real, you idiot.
For his attempt to deceive us all, Sentius is hereby found guilty of treason against the Empire.
What? I have committed no crimes. This is madness.
His sentence: to fight for his life in gladiatorial combat against Domitius. Here and now for your entertainment.
You have no idea what you're doing. You're going to get us all killed.
Wait, I exercise my right as a Vestal priestess to pardon him. I will not allow you to do this.
You're showing your true colors now, priestess. Your corruption sickens me. Domitius, ignore her. Proceed.
This is insanity. You'll doom us all.
Lies! It is time the Golden Rule was exposed for what it is, a children's fable, exploited by a treacherous leader to instill fear in all of us.
This is why he's in his gladiator gear. They've been planning this all along.
Shut up, all of you. The magistrate has spoken. I'm going to enjoy killing you, old man. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Sentius. Sentius kommer ju dö. Fast jag hinner ju inte. Jag hinner ju inte alltså. Jag hinner ju inte tillbaks. Sentius, du är ju för snabb hörru du gubbe. Vad är det som händer där?
Is that right? Well, just make sure you don't get lost in any other sacred places you're not supposed to be. Can't have you disrespecting the gods by accident, can we now? But listen, most folks seem a bit confused when they get here, but you seem very lost, and in more ways than one. Live by our... All right, friend.
Nu ska du få en blomma. Blomma ska du få. Ja, vart tog det vägen då?
Help! You have to do... You have... Are you serious? This is an emergency. Are you going to help or not? Thank you. I have to hide. What? Why?
Ah.
All right, fine. Come and find me in my bakery instead. Please be careful.
Just hade hon sprungit in där så hade hon dött.
Did you stop him? What are you waiting for?
Grymt ju. Nu behöver jag veta, vad är det här då? I did not do it. Okay. Oj.
Hello? Hello? My name's Dooley. I live here now because I got in trouble and they said they had to lock me up. I don't know. I don't remember things so good. I think it's just because I was looking for treasure. Yes. But I wasn't. I was just looking. They said I did it more than once, but I can't remember things so good. Then they called me mean names. They called me a liar, Billy. Yes. They said I have to live here now and gave me this letter. But I'm not good with words. Do you think you could read it for me?
Wow. Magistrate, I'm writing to you in relation to your incorrigible anti-social behavior arising from your obsession with an alleged lost treasure. While I am sympathetic to your plight and the passing of your guardian Hannibal some weeks ago, I wish to impress upon you an important message. The treasure you seek does not exist. Given your memory limitations, it seems likely you've simply misremembered. More importantly, since you have on several occasions been caught trespassing, including around the cisterns, which are strictly off limits to all citizens, I have reluctantly come to the conclusion that you are a liability to this community and must have your freedom limited. Least you break the golden rule. It is my hope that this letter will assist you to remember what you are incarcerated. Why you are incarcerated, should you experience further lapses in memory.
What does it say? My treasure. My friend Hannibal used to look after me. He said he always would. But then he died. It was very sad. He said if anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious hidden away. He gave me this key and made me promise to keep it safe until I found the treasure. But I couldn't find it. All I remember is he said something about the cisterns, but when I went up to the high one, they put me in here. Now nobody looks after me. Except my friend Galerius and Ek, the priestess lady. She's a nice lady. Hannibal said I shouldn't give it to anyone I didn't trust. But maybe you could help me get out of here. Then I would trust you a lot. Galerius already tried that. He said the magistrate wouldn't listen, no matter what. What about the rules? I don't want everyone to get in trouble because I was bad. Like Galerius. He's nice. I like Galerius. He made me a doll and everything. If you help make him magistrate, he can get me out of here, and I can give you the key to my treasure. Hannibal said it was in the cisterns. I can't remember what it was, just that it was way up high and very precious. Bye-bye.
Jag kan gå in här när synden är aktiverad. Icke att förglömma, det måste jag göra.
The 49 melodies fetch again with incessant labor. Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls. But it does not notice the crowds that come. You think you wish to know, but you do not. It is better for you if you remain ignorant. Pandora's box must stay closed. I'll say no more.
Pandora bums alltså.
The newly arrived.
Men var är krögaren? Där är du.
Handsome. Ah, you're here. I'm so glad you decided to visit. I'm Aurelia, and I hope I'm not being too forward, but the moment I laid eyes on you, I was intrigued. You're not like any Roman man I've ever seen. You seem so refined, so civilized. Oh, I see. You prefer the company of men. Maybe you should go and make friends with Virgil instead. I take back what I said. Suddenly, I don't find you so intriguing anymore. Let's just forget that ever happened, so we can at least do business. So, what brings you to my tavern? Ugh, let it go. Nothing's going to happen between us. You know, normally, I'd expect you to buy me a drink before asking if I want to get out of here. Straight to business, huh? I can work with that. As a matter of fact, I do know a way out. I'm happy to tell you all about it, but this is valuable information we're talking about, and I don't just give it out like some cheap oracle. So, how badly do you want it? Is it worth say, 1,000 denarii to you? Well, I can't tell you too much, or you'd figure it out for yourself. But I promise you, you'll never have to spend another hour in this city ever again. Simple. It's a one-way trip, and I'm not ready to go just yet. I like my life here. One day, maybe, but not now. I think of it this way. I have something of value, and I'm willing to share it for a price. That's not unethical. That's just good business. Now, do you want it or not? If I took your money without giving you what I promised, I'd be breaking the golden rule, wouldn't I? And I have no interest in doing that. What's the matter? Can't afford it? Well, perhaps you could take out a loan. I understand Malleolus has lent money to others, on occasion. I just try not to think about it. Drink helps with that. As the saying goes, to drink is human, so we drink. Certainly, for 10 denarii. Have you met Livia? She used to do my hair, until one day she just snapped. This place has that effect on people. Now she just stands around, caked in filth, muttering nonsense to herself. It's a real shame. Now I have to do my own hair. I hear that if Malleolus is elected, he's going to throw a small festival to celebrate, with entertainment and everything. Can't wait to find out what it is. Whatever you like. All right, see ya.
Förbannat.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
Jag har ju några grejer i mitt inventory. Undrar vad jag kan göra med den här. Select. Kan jag ställa mig och dricka vin, tänker jag. Nej.
Vote for Matt. You stay away from my
turns.
Jag har inte rört dina pengar. Jag behöver inte skrika. Lucretia. Titta, här var det kryddor. Men jag vill ju som sagt ge en blomma. Hej.
Oh, do us all a favour and drink hemlock, Caput Murder.
Vad sen gjorde jag för fel?
You, Tantalus, cannot catch the drops of...
Hur kan jag hitta dig där uppe igen då, priestess, för att ge dig de blommorna här? Nu snackar vi.
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? Interesting. I'm not sure why you're telling me, but you've come to the right person. Did you find a pattern then? What have you noticed? Oh, well then. Keep asking people how they wound up here. I don't want us to rush to any conclusions yet. Livia's fate weighs heavily on my mind, and dictates we should be sure. Yes, you should ask the others first. Oh, how lovely. It just happens to be my favorite, too. Who do I have to thank for this? I see. So, it's from Galerius, then? Of course I do. I think everyone in the city knows. That man is a wonderful human being, and my favorite person in the world. But he is the least subtle secret admirer you could imagine. The way he looks at me with those puppy dog eyes. Plus, he's been trying for weeks to get his hands on this flower. He went to so much effort, too. Suspending that rope above the lake, inventing that pulley device all on his own. He'd just stand there each morning, looking at the flower, trying to summon the courage to seize it. Oh, my heart. Tell that adorable oaf that my Vestal's vow of chastity ends once I turn 36. So if we ever make it out of here, and he doesn't mind waiting a few years, then tell him I love him too.
Aww.
I hope so. And did you notice anything? A pattern? Oh, well then, keep up.
Det var ju väldigt fint ändå, måste jag säga. Ja, det är bra. I'm locking myself in. Don't try to follow me. Nothing good will come of it. Naiva. Vem är det då? Naiva. Hur mycket pengar har jag nu? Har jag 1000 spänn? Nu kan jag ju fixa allt. I got 1000 bucks. Det här är det här templet högst upp i stan som också var någon form av helig plats. Alltså nej. Oh.
Come back to me once you've acquainted yourself with the rest of our neighbors.
Tack, autosave. Bästa. Mwah! Bra där. Ja, vem är det som ropar efter att jag ska hitta dem? Det är jag ju fundersam över. Vadå find me liksom? Give me the money. Om jag stjäl så har jag åtminstone mer pengar sen. Så jag kan ju stjäla en del grejer och sen bara getta bums. I och för sig. Så jag kan ta mig här och sen hem precis. Borde inte vara omöjligt. Att jag stjäl och sen använder pengarna sen. Nu tänker jag högt här, men ja. Vilka är de här lirarna då?
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the golden rule. It's a ghastly thing, is it not? How are you faring so far? Ah, another stoic, perhaps. We all need something to help us through times like these. We've all been where you are now. I remember when I first arrived. I used to lay awake at night contemplating the big questions. Why am I here? Is there a way out? What is the golden rule, and who or what is responsible for it? I still don't have any of the answers, I'm afraid. I don't think anybody does. But I'm happy to share with you what I've learned. Here, in this place, the magistrate has me earning my keep by cleaning and pruning the gardens. It's not quite how I expected my life to go. I used to live in a lovely villa on the banks of the Tiber. I was even betrothed to a handsome young man from a prominent family. But long hours of menial labour for the good of the community has its own charms too, I suppose. Oh, much the same way as many of the others. When the fires came to Rome 7 months ago, my family and I fled for the Tiber, hoping to escape on a barge. We were among the fortunate ones with enough coins for passage, but unfortunately, there were a lot of desperate people, and they boarded before we could depart. A scuffle broke out, and I was pushed overboard. The last thing I remember was the water, rising up to hit my cheekbone. I woke up by the river, near that shrine, and stumbled across this place. Oh, that's all right. I'm sure it's all part of God's plan for me. Oh yes, of course. A slip of the tongue.
Uh-huh.
If you like. I'm afraid not. Although, I did once hear someone gossiping down at Aurelia's tavern about a possible way out. I don't put a lot of stock in such rumours, but if you're desperate and wealthy, you could look into it, I suppose. If that doesn't work, then I suppose we're all stuck here until the gods decide our fate. I hope it works out.
Är hon då en del av kulten kanske?
Many shall suffer for the sins of the one. I think about those words a lot. I'd like to think that if we all love our neighbours as ourselves and do to them as we'd have them do to us, then we'll all be fine. But on the other hand, I was always taught the intent of man's heart is evil from his youth, and that all of us are born with a tendency towards sin. And that's where I get stuck. Is it true? Are we born with a tendency towards sin? You don't think that's a little naive? I suppose you've never seen what I've seen. Innocent men and women, torn apart in arenas while thousands of Romans look on and cheer. If that's true, then sooner or later, things are going to end badly for all of us down here. Unless, of course, there's some kind of divine intervention. I wish I shared your faith. please keep that to yourself. I know you're not from around here, but things are very difficult for us right now. There was a terrible fire in Rome last year, and our emperor decided to make us his scapegoats. There were executions. It was horrible. Oh, thank you. You have no idea how much I appreciate that. All right, well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh, no. No. No, 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 no. Ulpius, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life working for a man who treats me like an animal?
I know things are hard for you right now. They're hard for all of us. We're all in this together, Ulpius. Please just think this through. If you do this, it could be the sin that seals all of our fates. Is that what you want?
I'm sorry, but I just don't care anymore.
Please, Ulpius. Help him. If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all. I don't know what to do. I've never had to deal with this sort of thing. Please, you need to talk to him. I don't know, but it's a crime for slaves to take their own lives. And a debt bondsman isn't far off. Thank you. And please, choose your words carefully.
Let me guess. You're going to lecture me on how suicide is a crime against the Empire. You're not going to trick me. I'm no coward. I intend to go through with it. Like what? I'm stuck slaving away for that culus cumulatis for the rest of my life. What do I have to live for? You're just saying that to buy time. You must think I'm an idiot. I'm out. Wherever you are, Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no! I can't believe he went through with it. Oh Lord. That poor lamb. Well, I suppose it means suicide isn't a sin under the Golden Rule. So I guess that means whichever god is responsible for it, it isn't mine. That was not your fault. There's no way you could have given him what he wanted, moments after you arrived. I'll have to let everyone know what happened. And I guess Malleolus will have to clean up the mess in his villa. It's of his own making, after all. And I'd best pray for poor Ulpius.
Nej då. Nej, sluta. Fasen. Alltså de här rösterna påverkar något extremt. Nej. Nej. Ingen leap of faith. Okej då. Ja.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. Magistrate. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. I'm delighted and deeply honored to election of and now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. Under my leadership, you will finally enjoy I hereby announce a day of, a day of celebration. I hereby announce a day of celebration to mark the end of an era. Yes. Yes.
Did you just leap into my villa from the balcony 100 feet above? That was either extremely reckless or impressively clever. Well, why have you risked life and limb to see me?
Ögonen.
I'm Malleolus, and if it wasn't for this interruption, I'd be practicing my victory speech for the election later today. I'm glad you asked. I'll finally restore freedom to this city, just as I've been promising. These good people have suffered long enough under Sentius's tyranny. By declaring there's no such thing as the Golden Rule, it's a children's fable exploited by Sentius to frighten us into submission. Wait, don't tell me you've fallen victim to that monstrous lie? The person making a claim bears the onus of proving that claim. Can you do that? Can you prove the Golden Rule is real? Nonsense! There's no way you can prove that. If it was real and you'd seen someone break it, then you'd be dead already.
Okay.
Surely, you're not one of those people who believes everything you read, as if a lie could be transformed into the truth by the simple act of writing it down? What? Oh, I see what's happening here. Another poor, vulnerable soul taken in by Sentius's machinations. He won't get away with this much longer. You mean that book next to a golden statue in the theater? Tell me, how do you know that statue wasn't put there by Sentius himself? You can't know, can you? I disagree. I'll be guided by what is best for the city's people, and that means giving them the freedom to do as they wish. True, but that is simply because you are mistaken.
Vinklant.
I'm afraid not. We're stuck down here together, for better or worse. We're all going to have to make the best of it. You mean the children's fable exploited by Sentius to scare us all into doing what he wants? Are you insane? You barge into my villa uninvited and then make outrageous demands? Why would I withdraw from an election I'm bound to win? You fool.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Nu måste jag in och kolla det här stället. Akta då. Kommer jag ta mig undan? Hinner jag ta mig förbi? Paniken. Åh nej, nu vet jag. Sitter fast. Bort härifrån. Men du, din buse, stick härifrån. Nu då. Hem. Tillbaks till loopen. Jag har inte mycket kvar. Okej, bra. Jag behövde pengar i alla fall. Nu har jag pilar och pengar så det är duga. All right, nu ska vi få den här liraren att...
Salve, friend. Mind telling me... Of course. What? What? How did you know I was trying to... You know what? I don't care how you knew. What did she say?
Hon visste att det var från dig.
Venus, that is the best news I've ever heard in my life. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. You have no idea how happy you've made me. I wish there was something I could do to thank you properly, but I don't have much to offer you. All I can do is tell you where there's a secret stash of coins you might be interested in. In the rock tunnel near the stairs, there's a little doorway set into the rock. Inside, if you look carefully, you can see a chest.
One
of those golden huntress statues is blocking the path, and I'm not game to move it. If you can figure out how to get past it, I reckon there might be a small fortune waiting for you. I hope that helps in some way. I've bounced the idea around once or twice, mainly as a way of getting Dooley set free. God knows Sentius is never going to do it. But from what I hear, Malleolus has the election stitched up. Nobody's going to take him on and win. And maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talks a lot about freedom, so I'm hoping if he's elected, he'll release Dooley from his cell. That's good enough for me. And how could you know that? I mean, I don't like the man, but I don't see how you could know a thing like that. You overheard him say that? Oh, why does that not surprise me? He and Sentius have despised each other for a long time now. Well, in that case, we need to find a way to make sure Malleolus loses. Better yet, get him to withdraw altogether. If you can do that, and Sentius is the only candidate left, I'll run against him. Deal? I can't see how I could vote for either candidate. I don't like Sentius much, but Malleolus is almost as bad. Even I could do a better job. Me, a farmer. And I've never given a speech or put on a toga in my life. Well, as much as I'd love to get out of here, the harvest's always more fruitful in another man's field, isn't it? But Scintilla, Sentius' daughter, went missing a few weeks back. Could be she found a way out. If anyone knows for sure, it'll be her sister, Sentia. But she'd never tell the likes of me. Oh, I don't give it much thought these days. I mean, everybody here's got their own view about what we need to do to survive. But I say, let's spend less time arguing about what it means to be good and just get on with it, you know? Well, it's a long one and kind of sad.
Jag har inte hört faktiskt.
I don't mind telling it. I'm a farmer. Always have been. I grew up in a small village in Britannia, Camulodunum, with my parents and two little sisters. Lovely part of the world. One day, when I was about 20, my father and I were in the top paddock, loading our cart, when some Roman legionaries came along, demanding produce for their men. My father told me to run into the house for his axe, and so I did. I sprinted so fast I almost threw up, but by the time I got back, he was bleeding out on the ground, and our cart was empty. That was my first encounter with legions. My mother died of a broken heart soon after, and things went downhill from there. I took over the farmstead, but I was young, and it was a struggle. More raiding started before too long. We'd come outside in the morning to find animals missing, our stores pillaged. These Legion thugs just took whatever they wanted. One night, when my sisters and I had nothing left to steal, there was a knock at the door. I knew who they were, and what they wanted. I got my father's old axe, pulled the door open real quick, and before that soldier knew it, split his face right down the middle. But there were more of them. I never saw how many, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up with a mouth full of dirt and lungs full of smoke. My home was reduced to ash. My sisters, dead. And they left me alive to see what they'd done. Still burns whenever I think about it. Yeah, well, I wasn't the only one this happened to. It wasn't long before Boudica led thousands of Britons in a rebellion against the Romans. Unfortunately, there were just too many of them. And those of us who survived, they enslaved. So, then I found myself being transported all the way to Rome to be sold to the highest bidder. I spent a few years working for my new master, learning the Romans' ways, Romanized my name and everything. Tried to escape a couple of times, but they always found me, and I'd just end up right back where I was. I'd probably still be there too, if it wasn't for the stampedes breaking out. You see, about 7 months ago, an enormous fire broke out in Rome. Everybody was running down toward the river, screaming and shouting. I'd never seen anything like it. Human beings acting like cattle. I got swept up with them somehow, and the rest is a blur. Next thing I knew, some stranger was dragging me out of a river. Stumbled across this place and started my life over again. That's what I thought too, for a while. But it seems the gods aren't done tormenting me yet. See, I finally had my own farm again, safe from the grasping hands of the Romans. Or so I thought. Until Sentius the Decurion demanded I hand over all my produce. It's for the good of us all, he says. Only he takes the best bits for himself, of course. He even told me if I refuse his demands, I'll break the golden rule. I'm not sure I believe him, but then, what if he's right? So, it turns out our dear old magistrate is no better than the Legion thugs who took everything from me. I'm right back where I began. But don't you worry, Nemesis is waiting, and he'll get his, one day. He'll get his. Forget I said that last part, will you? I get carried away sometimes. Thanks, friend. I knew I liked you. Anyway, that's enough of me rambling. Was there something else you wanted to talk about? All right. See you around.
Cool burger. Vad har vi här uppe för task? Ulpius ska jag ju snacka med såklart så att han inte hoppar, för det är inget bra, har jag hört. Oh! Fasen brummade. Ulpius, my man, don't jump. har fortfarande inte använt mig av ficklampan en enda gång.
The golden rule. It's a ghastly. All right, well.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Orpheus, what are you doing?
That's the idea.
What?
Why do you...
I know, please.
I'm sorry, but I just don't care anymore.
Please, I'll help him. If he goes... Thank you.
You know about that? How is that possible? I mean, I've never mentioned it to anyone. Well, if you say so. You don't understand. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want it all to be over. It's too late for that. Julia and I made a pact. And she's already swallowed hemlock this morning. How I'd be betraying her. I can't do that. No. No. Time's up. I am out. Wherever you are, Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Orpheus, no! I'll have to let her... And I...
Då hoppar vi ner såklart och snackar med Torsten. Vänta, det finns ju en grej här. Ska vi säga permanent solution. Vad är det de här säger? Det är point of origin. For example, since you see if a parenthesis, then it will create a new portal. Just det. Figure out how to make Malleolus drop out of the election. Steal the Sylphium from Dace's stall. Det kanske bara göra det. Find a way into the palace. Thorn in the paw. Det finns en... Det är lika bra att hitta ner.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been...
Hur kan jag få tag på alla pengar du någonsin har, hör du? Give me the cash.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm delighted and deeply honored. And now... and now, I make this solemn promise to...
Minerva, igen.
You're not supposed to be in here. Talk. What business could you possibly have with me? My marital affairs are no concern of yours. Thank you very much. I think a better question is, why am I being interrogated by a stranger who just barged into my villa? I have quite enough marriage trouble already, without having to explain to my husband why I am receiving strange men in private. Preferably the way you came in, by which I mean, please leave. I think it's about to be broken if you don't hurry up and leave. Finally! This is outrageous.
Hej då!
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Take the money and run, alltså. Det där var ingen liten slant. Nu kan jag köpa allt som finns. Nej, fel håll. Ut härifrån. Gitta bums. Nej, men vänta nu. Hur kommer jag härifrån? Vad är det här? Hjälp mig. Någon bort härifrån. Alla de där stålarna. Fake item. Bums. Nu har jag ju sjukt med stålar här alltså. Ja, nej men okej. Nu har jag över 3000 spänn här. Tjena bevakaren. Jo men det rullar på. Nu ska jag börja, jag försöker lära känna allt och alla. Men nu ska jag rusa direkt till ett ställe och fixa lite grejer. För nu har jag massor av pengar här. Titta vet du. Nu har jag 7. Så mycket stålar nu. Nu ska jag muta varenda människa i stan.
Salve friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are? Of course. What did you... but... Because Sentius put him there. Poor Dooley was just wandering around looking for some imaginary treasure. Now a magistrate accused him of being a thief. It's nonsense, of course. Dooley's the most harmless man you'll ever meet. But Sentius really has it in for him, for some reason. Gladly. All right.
Det är ju otroligt bra gameplay loop alltså. Ska vi förhindra någon som är på väg att ta gift här. Fort som 17. How can I stop you from taking poison? Dear gal. Jag kan bara backa. Ge mig grejerna bara så köper jag.
Virgil, how much would you want to make me a bow?
Du din klant.
I'm not making you a bow.
But why?
You know why.
What are you doing in here? She needs the... It's too late.
Nej.
No.
Well.
Hur kan jag vara för sen? Vad är det här för lirare? Ge mig allt du har.
Salve, stranger. Certainly.
Jag vet inte. Här, varsågod. Ta mig den här stålen.
You have it. I'm impressed. Pleasure doing business. Can I help you with anything else? Very well. Another time.
Nej, inte än. Men jag vill ju ha den här grejen först. Jag vill ju kunna komma hem med de här grejerna. Om du förstår vad jag menar. Nu har jag ju The Rising och det skulle jag ju använda här. Men det är lite för sent. Känns det som.
Feeling all right? Thank you. I'm really glad you arrived when you did. Well, come back if you get sick.
Vänta. Nej, men vänta nu. Vad är det här för snack? Jag är ju...
Are you daft or just... Ugh. The shrine!
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as Quinctius. Do you know where he is? Thank you. For your service to the Empire, I'll let you live for now, but you'd best make sure our paths don't cross again.
Vad är det här då? Det var här jag kom ifrån nu. Oho. Men fortfarande, vad är det som händer nu? Nu kommer han gå och wastea hela stan. Hur kan det vara en lirare som går med pilbåg utan att någon märker? Är du här? Alltså jag försöker fatta nu. Nu har jag...
The many shall suffer.
Nu har vi hit och väntar in Sentius.
Of the one.
Ja, var är Sentius? Han löper så sjukt snabbt. Han är ju snabbast i stan här liran. Alltså... Okej, så då behöver jag kanske gå till den här liraren först och hämta hans Rising. Så gör vi. Vi hämtar Rising fort som 17.
A fellow traveler from a faraway land.
Övertaggad säljare. Nu då.
Whatever's in that great temple. Salve, stranger, and welcome to our idyllic little slice of...
Jag vill ju ha... Vad fasen håller du på med? Jag vill ju ha grejerna.
Very well.
A fellow traveler from a faraway land.
She needs...
Okay.
What? Quick, give it here. Yulia, you need to swallow this. Here, let me help you. Hopefully in a moment she should be able to breathe normally. That was extraordinary. How did you know she needed this exact thing and at this exact moment? Are you some kind of oracle?
Bums.
Ah, look. If you don't want to tell me, I won't look a gift horse in the mouth. But no matter. That was like the gods hearing my prayers and intervening. You just saved a person's life, and you should be proud of yourself. She might even be able to thank you herself in a few moments.
Bums.
And maybe she can tell us who poisoned her, and who she meant when she was muttering about that snake's cruel black eyes. In the meantime, I'm happy to help you with whatever it is you need. That's a shame. Thanks again for saving Julia's life. Apollo smiles upon you.
Och nu ska vi snacka med Torsten där uppe. Kan du prata nu då, Julia? Nej, eller vad är det här för någonting? Du vänder dig om för att sen vända dig mot mig. Det är ju en klassiker.
Oh, it's you. Sorry, I'm still a bit out of it. But thanks for trying to help me, I suppose. Was there something you wanted? Lucretia says I'm supposed to rest. As much as I'm grateful that you tried to help me, it's just not safe for me to talk about it. Please, no more questions. The golden rule. That's the least of my worries. The gods may be cruel, but Malleolus and Claudia are far crueler.
Ja, just det.
Please, just leave me alone. I don't want to talk about it. Persistent as Nemesis, aren't you? I can tell you, but it's a long saga. All right. I'd been here about a week when it dawned on me I'd be trapped here for the rest of my life. I could hardly breathe, and I knew I had to get out somehow. So when my new friend Aurelia offered me a secret way out, I would have done anything. And then I learned her asking price. 1,000 denarii. She was supposed to be my friend. I told her it would take me years to save up that much. So she suggested I take out a loan from Malleolus. And I did. I had to sign an agreement saying I'd work off the debt over 30 years. But I figured I'd be out of here so soon it wouldn't matter. I paid Aurelia, and she gave me her so-called way out. Do you want to know what it was? Hemlock. It's a deadly poison made from a plant. Drink this, she said, and you'll be out of here in no time. Of course, I demanded my money back, but she refused. She pointed to a sign on her tavern saying, "Let the buyer beware." Then she just looked at me with those cruel black eyes, and she laughed. She immediately told Malleolus I'd tried to escape without paying him back. Only he didn't seem upset or surprised at all. In fact, he just thanked her. And that's when I realized the two of them had planned the whole thing from the beginning. That's what I said to the magistrate. I went to Sentius and begged for help, but he said the law was clear. I'd signed over my labor for 30 years and there was nothing he could do. I thought about resisting too. But Malleolus said if I didn't submit, I'd break the golden rule. And I couldn't be responsible for all those deaths, so he locked me in his villa. Confiscated everything I owned as collateral, and made me wear immodest, humiliating outfits while I worked day in,
day out. His wife Claudia was just as bad. She set me to work on an endless stream of futile, demeaning tasks. I'd be on my hands and knees, scrubbing the floor clean for hours, only for her to pour slop on it and hiss, "You missed a spot." Those two took everything from me. But they forgot to confiscate one thing. My hemlock. I just wanted it to be over. But it seems I messed that up too. Should have drunk all of it. I brought it on myself. I trusted one of the most callous human beings I've ever met, and tried to swindle the other. I don't know how I could have been so stupid. When I've recovered, I expect their thug Domitius will come for me. He'll escort me back to their villa, and I'll be right back where I started. Only this time, I won't be able to lull myself to sleep at night with the thought of a permanent solution. Honestly, it would have been better if the poison had been allowed to run its course. I doubt it. It seems this is the fate the gods have chosen for me, for trying to escape. At least until someone breaks the golden rule. Huh. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad. A lot. But it doesn't matter. I made a suicide pact with Ulpius last night. He's in exactly the same position as I am. Malleolus and Aurelius set the same trap for him a month after they did it to me. He and I are in this together. He's probably already thrown himself from the bluff into Malleolus's villa by now. If so, I'd never be able to live with myself, knowing I broke my promise to him. I doubt you could make it up to the bluff in time. I don't know who you are, or why you seem so determined to help me, but thank you.
Run for it.
May Apollo keep you safe.
Hinner jag? Det är frågan.
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to... All right.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh, no. No. No, 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 no. Ulpius.
That...
Thank you.
You... Well, if you say so. You don't understand. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want it all to be over. It's too late for that. Julia and I made a pact. And she's already swallowed hemlock this morning. If I backed out now, I'd be betraying her. I can't do that.
Det är lugnt, det har fixats.
Oh, really? That changes things a little. But we're still in debt bondage to that monster. Unless you happen to have 2,000 denarii to pay off both of our debts.
Inga problem.
Really? Wait. So, I guess you'd want me to work for you then.
Åh, suger.
You'd do that for us? A couple of complete strangers? It seems today we are both blessed. This did not turn out how I thought. Thank you, friend. I never thought people like you existed. Thank you. I'll go and pay off our debts immediately. I just wish there was some way I could repay you. But I have nothing but the tunic on my back. I'll go and take care of things with Malleolus and tell Yulia the good news. Thanks again, friend. I'll never forget what you did for us.
Nej. Hörru, kom hit då. Nej men... Ah. Du är snabb, hörru.
May Apollo keep you safe.
Yulia! I'm so glad you didn't go through with it.
It wasn't for lack of trying. And now Malleolus is going to... Wait. Why do you look so happy?
We're free. Malleolus just released us and we never have to set foot in that villa again.
Men du har inte gett honom stålarna nu.
How?
The newcomer arranged it somehow.
Really? That's... incredible. Oh, what a relief. I don't know what to say.
You don't need to say anything. Just rest up, get your strength back, and we'll celebrate properly when you're ready.
I will. Thank you, Ulpius. I will.
Shalom.
Nu vet du.
Scintilla and I were in love. And then, 22 days ago, she went missing.
Det här är så bra. Jag ska hämta kaffe och en liten chokladbit. Så jag är tillbaka om en sekund. Una sekunda. All right, då så. vidare och fixa den här liran bums då.
All right. One night a few months ago, when I was cleaning Malleolus's villa, I heard a young woman singing. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever heard. I wasn't allowed out, so once everyone else was asleep, I climbed up the inside of the villa and onto the roof, just to see where that sound was coming from. And that's when I saw her. Standing in the garden of the magistrate's villa, I just sat there on the roof, listening to her with my chin on my knees. And for the first time in a long time, I felt hopeful. And then she looked up and saw me and she smiled. I knew at that moment the fates had brought me to her. And from the moment she asked my name with this warmth and curiosity, I knew I'd have done anything for her. And so for weeks on end, each night I'd climb out of the villa and into her father's garden. We'd hold hands and talk about all the things we'd do once we got out of here. Like having our own vineyard. And then one morning I woke up and everyone was out searching for her. They said she'd vanished in the night. All I could do was keep my head down and try to hide how beside myself I was. All I know is she loved me. And if she had known a way out, she would have told me. She'd never have taken her own life. And there's no way anybody could have killed her under the golden rule. I can't prove it, but I just know she's still alive somehow. Even now, it's as if I can hear her voice in my head, crying out to me. That can only mean one thing. Somebody abducted her. I have no idea how, or who would want to do something like that to such a sweet, lovely girl. But what else could have happened? My guess? Malleolus had something to do with it. He is without doubt the most evil man I have ever known. I have no idea where he'd be keeping her, but there is one room in his villa, upstairs, which is always locked.
Men det här är orimligt.
I've never seen the inside of it. And I haven't been able to steal a key without breaking the golden rule. But I have a feeling that if you could get in there somehow, it would shed light on a great many things. Really? I was sure he was hiding something in there. I feel like I've looked everywhere. At least everywhere I could get to. There are still two places I've never been able to reach. First, the palace. If Navia managed to get in, then I suppose Scintilla could have too. The only other place she could be is somewhere in the cistern network. I remember hearing that Dooley had been poking around in the upper cistern before he was locked up. So you could ask him about it, I suppose. All right, friend. Thanks for the chat.
Nu ska vi fråga henne också.
Keep you safe.
A new face, Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit?
Ja, du.
Interesting. I'm not sure why you're telling me, but you've come to the right person. Did you find a pattern then? What have you noticed? Yes, I suppose that could be something. But then most of us do tend to carry coins on our person, don't we? What else? That's true. I know I wasn't entirely sure how I wound up here. What else? Yes, I also had such an encounter. It's as I feared. I think I understand what poor Livia has been going through. Let me ask you this. Did you happen to encounter a stranger in the forest before you arrived here? And did you happen to catch her name? I see. And Was this Karen, by any chance, wearing a hood? Because I've seen her before. There's something I think you should see. I think you'd better follow me to the baths.
What? How could you know that? And why are you talking to me instead of doing something about it?
Please, go and stop him, and come back to me once we're no longer in danger.
Hello. You're going to let me out of here? Really? Oh. Please. I hate it here. It makes me very sad.
Äldsta barnet åkte till Frankrike i morse. Och är nu på PSG mot Lille. Det var som 17. Ja, vissa har det bra. Vissa har det bra. Kul, ja. Let me talk to them, precis.
You're mean. I don't like you.
Men gubben. Det är inte lätt.
Thank... What?
Stop right there. You're right, I am. I must be getting a reputation. I suppose I might as well get right to it then. Do you have any last words? You'd squander your last words on an empty threat. Now it's my turn to tell you something. And I can think of...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Jag undrar ju fortfarande vad det är som får, alltså... Assassin Questet.
Oh, sounds serious. Julia? Oh no. All right, I can do that. But how did you... All right, of course. I'll make sure this gets to him. I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
Alltså det här är ju fantastiskt. Vad har de gjort med spelet? Hur är så smart? Det är så smart. Och vad är det jag vill göra nu då? Nu vill jag... Har jag snackat med den här liraren på länge? Jag har ju inte gjort det.
On your best behavior, I trust? What is it, citizen? What business is that of yours? A lot of people have been looking for her. But it's been 3 weeks, and we've found nothing. What makes you think you can do better? No, it's not that. We all care for Santilla. She is, or was, a lovely young woman. But I learned long ago not to dwell on things beyond my control. Or to try not to, anyway. But I don't want to seem obstructive. If you have questions, ask away. Santilla was always a kind, well-behaved young woman. I admit, her disappearance really caught me off guard. If anyone knows something, I'd expect it to be Sentia, Malleolus, Claudia, or Domitius. But none of them will tell me anything. You might fare better though, I suppose. Fine. All right.
Du måste skydda din chef för det.
How's it feel knowing your man's doomed to lose the election today?
If you're trying to goad me into an argument, it won't work. I'm a stoic, remember?
If the old man couldn't even keep his own daughter safe.
Oh, don't mind me. Oh, I wish I... Oh, look. I'm Sentia. What are you... Really? I'd never have noticed, what with your flawless accent, appropriate attire, and impressive mastery of our customs. Now, remind me, why are we having this conversation? Ugh, what is it with you people? You heard the rumor that my little sister escaped and figure I must know a way out too. Is that it? Well, that's just a stupid rumor. We have no idea what happened to Santilla. I wish you mouth breathers would just leave me alone. I don't know. Can you? Can you tell me? That doesn't surprise me. To him, it was like a prize cow wandering off from its paddock. He's upset, of course, but he says he's too busy with the election to help look for her. So he's letting Horatius do the heavy lifting. Some good that's done. It was 3 weeks ago. We ate our evening meal together, and I remember she seemed happy. In love. We went into our rooms, I went to sleep, and when I woke up, she was gone. That's it. So you'll help me find her? Oh, thank you. You should probably take a look through her room. It's the one just by the front door. Maybe you'll find something the rest of us missed. Thank you.
Jag har inget stort rum det här inte. Ah! Santilla to Sentius and Sentia may Clementia give you the strength to forgive me. I'm sorry to have to leave you this way, but I have found a way to escape and I must take it. I hope we meet again someday. Men alltså, Al. Var är Al?
Oh, don't mind me. I just live here. What have you discovered? What? Really? I swear, I searched her room top to bottom and never saw that.
Lyft aldrig på kudden.
How I could have missed it. Strange, but well done, I suppose. But it's odd. It was only a few months ago that Sentilla's friend Yulia let slip she was planning an escape of her own. And yet, Yulia's still here. You should go and speak with her. Find out if she knows anything. She lives in the villa next door. What have you discovered? Oh, really? That commoner in debt bondage next door thought he could win over a magistrate's daughter. That's awfully bold of him. I can see why she worked so hard to keep it a secret. Quick, go and find him and ask him what he knows. Oh, I see. Well, it was worth a try, I suppose. Just promise me you won't give up on her. Thank you.
We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name? We have? I must have Is that about right? Seems rather Sextus Sentius Imperiosus is my name, though magistrate is the proper way to address me. Before I wound up here, I was a decurion in the cavalry of Imperial Rome, helping protect civilization from the barbarians. It's a cavalry officer. I had 30 men under my command. This was my uniform. As magistrate, I usually wear a toga, but today I may need to survive long enough to create the portal for you, so it seemed prudent. My men and I were at the Emporium in Rome as honor guard for a visiting dignitary arriving upriver by barge. Now the port is usually bustling, but just as our guests arrived, waves of people began running toward the river from streets and alleyways in every direction. They were trying to escape a terrible fire. Unfortunately, the crowd sent my horse into a panic, and I remember it losing its footing by the water's edge. The next thing I knew, I was waking up on a riverbank not far from here in the company of some stranger. I went looking for my horse and discovered that lonely temple. You can probably figure out the rest. I was elected 7 months ago, uncontested because of my command experience. Since then, there's been growing agitation for another election. They're supposed to be annual, but I agreed to hold it sooner, hoping it would placate my constituents. Unfortunately, it just seems to have emboldened certain elements instead. Very well. If I did, I'd have led these people out of here already. I've had plenty of time to think about it. Let me see if I can sum up my thoughts. I've always considered my guiding star to be the well-being of the Roman people. Our survival and prosperity have always hinged upon honoring the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between the gods and the people of Rome. Give the gods what they want and we all prosper. Dishonor them and we all die. It's as simple as that. The real enemy in this place is not the golden rule, but human failings. The temptation to slide into degeneracy, greed, and hubris. I trust that answers your question. You mean Duilius? Releasing him is out of the question, I'm afraid. That man is a liability we simply cannot afford. Perhaps you're not aware he was caught multiple times, sneaking around in places he should not have been. Look, I can see where you're going with this. You think me cruel. I assure you that is not the case. You may not be aware of this, but it was not so long ago, during the Republic, the law of the 12 Tables would have required that he be killed as soon as he was born, owing to his deformities. Here we see to it that he has food, water, and shelter, and most importantly, he is able to continue living. A privilege that would be taken away from all of us were he to be released and commit the crime of trespass. The man has no self-discipline, poor comprehension of what is going on around him, and is an incorrigible rule breaker. I will not jeopardize the lives of my people so that one man can go free. Now, was there something else? Ask then. Do you ever stare at a problem for so long that you can't see it for what it is anymore? What's needed here is a fresh pair of eyes. Good. Now, was there something else you wanted to discuss?
Jag vill berätta vilka jag har misstankar mot.
Of course. What is it? Yes? Why do you say that? What? I'm speechless. How do you know? Of course, this isn't your first loop, is it? Well then, you must stop him from winning the election. I expect you'll need some kind of leverage on him, but I can't be seen to be involved in this, of course, so you'll be on your own. You'd better not waste any time, and may Swada, goddess of persuasion, go with you. You mean to say you've tried every non-lethal measure you can? Well then, in that case, as much as it pains me to do so, I must act decisively to ensure the survival of my people. As magistrate, I hereby declare him an enemy of Rome and authorize his execution by your hand, forthwith. Any way you can. Despite my weapons ban, it's been my experience one can always find a weapon if one looks hard enough. I don't believe so, no. It's not a crime to carry out the lawful order of a magistrate. So now you're an expert on Roman law, are you? Listen to me. We are cut off from the Empire down here, fending for ourselves on the brink of annihilation. If ever there was a time to dispense with legal procedure, it would be now. Think of it as an act of preemptive self-defense. Think of the lives you'll be saving. Then perhaps you would prefer the feeling of being responsible for the deaths of everyone in this city. Now is not the time for cowardice in the guise of philosophical introspection. Now is the time for action. You have your order. Carry it out. Thank you. Please act quickly before it's too late.
Kan jag...
This place has become a thoroughfare.
Frågan om jag kan...
Malleolus isn't receiving visitors at the moment, it being election day. Listen, I don't abduct women. They come to me. And they keep coming back, if you know what I mean. Whatever.
Isn't the great temple majestic? A new faith. See you again soon.
Vad tänker du nu då, Rufus?
Name's Wolfie. Whatever.
You have... What?
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius. Thank you. For your service to the Empire, I'll let you live for now, but you'd best make sure our paths don't cross again.
Sjukt seriös.
Curse you, cultist!
By order of Emperor Nero, all loyal sons of Rome are ordered to hunt and execute the arsonist and murderer. He's about 40 to 50 years old. He's average height, average build. He has dark hair, one green, you know. Typically clean shaving. He is a known associate of cultists and suffers from delusion of grandeur. Fint ju. Nu börjar vi snacka. Nu börjar vi snacka.
Interesting. Yes. What else? Yes. What else? That's true. It's And did you have... I see. Because I've seen... But don't follow too closely. We can't have people thinking we're bathing together.
Så den här grejen, att bara kunna trycka på A för att följa efter, det är sjukt roligt. Vad vet du som ingen annan vet, hörru du?
All right, you're here. You were asking how I knew the young woman you met by the river was wearing a hood. Here, look down at the bottom of the baths. It's a little hard to make out in this light. If only we could see. Oh, what a marvelous lamp. But do you see it? Somebody waking up by a river in a forest to find a hooded figure with a coin. It's just as you described it, only your pronunciation is a little off. The name you heard wasn't Karen. It was C-H-A-R-O-N, as in Charon, the ferryman of the dead. Charon, who, in exchange for the right coin, helps the souls of the newly deceased cross the Styx, the river that separates the land of the living from the land of the dead.
When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, but all I found was some loose change. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
I'm so sorry, my friend. I'm so sorry. I take it you know what this means. I'm afraid so. It's all starting to make sense. All these people whose last memory was running from the fires toward the river. It seems none of them escaped with their lives after all. Perhaps we should be grateful they don't remember their final moments. It also tells us that the Golden Rule is the work of Pluto, the god of the underworld, and why his epithet has always been Father of Riches. I know it's a lot to take in, and you look as if you have questions, so I'll try to answer them if I can.
Kaffe? Måste fylla på kaffe. Alltså det här är så bra, det är så kul. Så otroligt bra skit där.
Was my first thought too. In the old stories, the underworld was where the souls of the deceased were taken. But it was also possible for the living to reach it without dying, if they were particularly fearless. So I'm afraid I don't know. Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting you're not from here. If you were Roman, or even Greek, you would know these stories. Each of them is slightly different, whether the storyteller was Plato, Homer, Virgil, or Ovid. But they always involved the souls of the dead meeting a grim ferryman named Charon on the bank of a river. It was said that he'd help the new arrival cross, only if they could pay him with a coin, an obol. That's why it was once our custom to bury our loved ones with a coin in their mouths. Charon's obol, we called it. Of course, an obol was a kind of Greek coin, because we inherited this knowledge from the Greeks. To be fair, the ferryman isn't exactly as the poets described, and he, she, they seem to appear to different people in different guises. You say you saw a young woman named Karen with a hood, and I once heard Kabash mention a stranger in a ram headdress named Kerti. And Rufius described meeting a stranger named Kumut Tabal wearing an eagle headdress. But whatever form this stranger took, they were always wearing a hood of some sort, and their name always began with a K sound. I suspect the only way you'll solve this riddle is if your paths cross again. Good question. Let's see. In the stories, Charon would always require a coin as payment for passage across the river. But that never made any sense to me. What does an ancient immortal being need with coins? In our case, it seems Charon didn't take the coins we had. He or she merely checked we had one in our possession. So, maybe there's something special about the coins each of us had on us. That might explain why we wound up here, but so many others did not. No. I mean, I had my suspicions, especially after Livia's ramblings, but I would never have figured it out without your help, I promise you. Now that we know where we are, we have to figure out what to do about it if we don't want to be cast into gold for eternity. We don't have much to go on, except the old stories. I remember 4 in particular about heroes in the underworld. Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter. Orpheus, a Thracian poet. Sisyphus, a king of Ephyra. And Aeneas, a Trojan hero. Hercules was able to leave the underworld because he cowed its god with his strength. Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuaded the goddess of the underworld, Proserpina, to help them escape. And finally, Aeneas was able to escape with the help of a spirit guide, who led him through a secret gate. So it seems you have 2 options: to confront the god of the underworld head-on, or find a way to escape with the help of Proserpina or some other guide. It's a reasonable question, but the problem is, this place is fairly well designed to keep us here. There's no way to climb up the shaft. And even if you could build a ladder big enough, just trying it would break the golden rule. We know that, thanks to the writings left behind by those who've tried. All Romans try to avoid saying it, and the reason is quite simple. He might hear us. You may refer to him as Pluto, if you wish, but you'll only be calling attention to yourself. Do so at your own peril. Shh! Is everyone so blunt where you're from? Oh. That option would be the boldest, but also the only way to learn the truth about the Golden Rule, and maybe even put an end to it. As I said, Hercules managed to overpower the god of the underworld, but he was a demigod. Forgive my candor, but you are no Hercules. Are you telling me that you can? I won't pretend to understand exactly what that means, but if that's true, then perhaps you stand a chance. So, if you want to confront him, I'll help you as much as I can. Who knows? Perhaps your name will be uttered in the same sentence as one day. But first, you'd need an audience with you-know-who, and for that, you'll need to enter the great temple overlooking the city. The problem is, the door has been sealed shut for as long as I've lived here, and there doesn't even seem to be a keyhole. I suspect the answer lies in the desecrated obelisk in front of it. I'm not sure if you noticed, but there are 4 plaques missing from its base. It looks as though somebody, or a series of somebodies, forcibly removed them, and in doing so, dishonored and angered our divine keeper. If you could recover and replace all 4 of those missing plaques, I imagine he might be willing to receive an audience again. It's the towering stone monument with 4 sides and a pyramid-shaped head that stands before the great temple, a dedication to the god of this place. You'll find them all over Rome, but of course they were looted from Egypt many years ago. It seems one of them made its way here too, although how is a mystery. However, this one is unusual in that each of the 4 sides is decorated in a different style: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and another I don't recognize. That means you'll need to recover 4 different plaques: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and a 4th, a mystery plaque. Good question. To answer that, we first need to ask who would have defaced the obelisk in the first place. It would have had the god's name engraved into it, so it may be that whoever desecrated it wanted that name to be forgotten. And there's only one group of people I know of who might want to do that. There's a cult in Rome that often argued there is only one true god. Theirs, of course. They've been known to start fires, as well as deface religious monuments whose existence challenged their beliefs. If I were you, I'd go looking for them. Of course, they've all been in hiding since the fire last year, so finding them won't be easy. But I did hear a rumor they have a secret shrine somewhere in the city. Perhaps, if you could find that, you might be able to recover the Roman plaque. I don't know. But perhaps you should begin your search with the local Greek fellow, Georgius. His store is in the forum. Perhaps Kabash, our Egyptian resident, would be able to tell us. Unfortunately, he disappeared weeks ago. But I did hear Aurelia is peddling rumors about him at the tavern, so perhaps you could talk to her, or just take a look in his room. I'm afraid you're on your own with that one, but perhaps finding the other three will illuminate the way. As I mentioned, both Orpheus and Sisyphus were said to have persuaded Proserpina to help them escape, and Aeneas was guided to the exit. The problem is, those are the stories of a poet, a self-aggrandizing king, and a brawler about their own heroic deeds, so they should be taken with a grain of salt. First, Proserpina. What we do know about her is, well, it's a grim tale. It's said the god of the underworld abducted and dragged her here against her will, forcing her into marriage. If the stories are true, then I suppose so. The problem is, how do we communicate with her without being noticed by her captor? Leaving that aside for a moment, there is also the possibility of a spirit guide. I don't suppose you've come across one of those in your travels? Truly? And you're only bringing this up now? Then again, I suppose you were worried I'd think you were as mad as Navia. Can you tell me more? Is it the same voice? What kinds of thing does it say? Fascinating. Perhaps she's a benevolent spirit. Or perhaps... Perhaps you're hearing the voice of Proserpina herself. If she has indeed been abducted, it would make sense for her to speak in cryptic whispers to avoid detection. Tell me, has she told you anything that might lead you to the way out? That is strange. There are no rivers here. Let me think on that. Well, as far as I can tell, water flows into the city from an aqueduct into one of two cisterns, the upper cistern. If that's the current she's talking about, then perhaps you need to get into the upper cistern somehow. I vaguely recall wondering what was in there, but the door at the back of the great temple is locked up tight. You might be able to get a key from the magistrate, but if that doesn't work, perhaps you can find another way in. Let me know if you find anything in there. All right. I would suggest not discussing this with anyone. The best we can do for them is to let them remain oblivious for as long as possible. As for Livia, it seems she's been shouldering the weight of this terrible secret all this time. Perhaps it would comfort her to know she's not alone. In any case, time is of the essence, so you'd best begin. May Fortuna guide you. Although you may not need her with Proserpina on your side.
I love your clothes. So exotic. Oh, you're here. And you're not like... What was that? Some kind of joke? If... let's just forget... Not for a few weeks now. Last time I saw him, he was sitting at a table with Georgius, whispering about some job. I remember because they kept looking over their shoulders as if they didn't want anyone else to know. So, naturally, I hovered. The one word I kept hearing was vanishing, and then, the next day, Kabash just disappeared. Coincidence? I think not. You know, normally, I guess that way. As a matter of fact, I'm happy to tell you all about it. So... it's hardly my fault if people misunderstand the terms of a deal. I mean, it does say, let the buyer beware, right outside my tavern. Certainly, for 10 denarii. Have you met Livia? She used to do my nap. Whatever you... All right.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls. But it does not notice the crowds that come. Say it. Speak its name. Then it is true. I was right. I thought I saw it, but when the rest of them could not, I kept thinking I must have gone insane. I had to tell myself it was true over and over again, until I wasn't sure if I was deceiving myself. I must apologize if my words seem cryptic. I'd found comfort in reciting the Metamorphoses by our great poet Ovid. He gives such an uncanny description of this place. I cannot help but wonder if he himself came here. Would you like to hear it? I will do my best to remember the relevant verse. There is a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions. The sluggish Styx exhales vapor, and by that way, the shadows of the newly dead descend, entombed with full rites, and the ghosts of those, at last, given proper burial. The wide, thorny waste is cold and pallid, and the newly arrived shades are ignorant of the road that leads to the Stygian city, where Black Dis has his cruel palace. As the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls, and is never too small for any populace, nor notices the crowds that come. There the bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, and still others incur punishment. I hope I have done it justice, and now we share a secret. It's as if you've lifted a great burden from my shoulders. Thank you, friend. I think I should rest. Friend, you have given me hope.
Salve. Sorry, I'm still a bit out of it. Galerius just saved my life. Was there something you wanted? Lucretia says I'm supposed to rest. No. I did hear from Ulpius that she... But I'd been locked in Malleolus's villa for months before... You mean my life story? Oh, well... I grew up as part of a big family in Rome. Me and 3 older sisters. Our father found good husbands for my sisters, but I wasn't, cut out for that kind of life. So he found me a job as a scribe for a prominent merchant. It was a good life for a while. Until 7 months ago when the fires came. My colleagues and I worked desperately to try to protect our warehouse. We must have had 100 workers passing buckets of water, chanting prayers to Vulcan, but they fell on deaf ears. The fire was relentless and it claimed everything and everyone. Well, almost everyone. My employer told me to grab what valuables I could and flee for the Tiber with the crowds. I remember diving into the river and then... The next thing I knew, I was waking up on the riverbank not far from here. Thank you. I can... If that's your idea...
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
citizen. We'll speak again after you've carried out my order.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
What have you discovered? Oh, I see. Of course. What have you discovered? Yes, please do.
Are they?
Oh, the murder.
Domitius doesn't usually let anyone in here without a hefty tribute, so you must have been desperate to see me. Well, what do you want? My name is Marcus Malleolus Gurgis. You seem to have confused me with someone else. You mean my heterochromia? I am guilty of nothing more than having different colored eyes. And I'm hardly the only person with the condition. Alexander the Great had it too, as it happens. I like to think it is simply the way the gods have chosen to mark a natural-born ruler. Nothing more. Well, I am not suffering from any delusions, as today's election will firmly establish. Unlikely, because it simply isn't true. Now, was there something else you wanted?
En sekund. Nu ska vi natta minstingen bara. Då så.
Of course not. But as I always say, if Sentius can't protect his daughter, how can we trust him to protect this city? Look, if you're trying to find her, you may wish to check the cisterns beneath this villa. Domitius says he saw a body there some weeks back. Of course, just to be clear, I take no responsibility for what happens to you down there. Look, if I had a Roman plaque in my possession, I'd be happy to sell it to you, but I don't, so I can't. I trust you can see yourself out.
Jag skjuter dig först, ja. Jag ska skjuta dig som fasen, hörru.
You fool.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Jag får struntprat. Jaha, det hjälper det ju ingen. Det hjälpte ju ingen det där, va, hörru du Aron. Det var inget roligt. In här istället här. Vi tar allt vi kan då. Ja, vad händer då? Kan ingen göra någonting för att det ska bli en effekt här? Nej, det här går inte. Nu är jag ju körd. Help me please. Bort härifrån. Det här var inte heller rätt. Alltså, nu vet jag inte vad jag håller på med här. Nej, det där är... Jag gjorde ju det jag skulle göra, men det gick ju inget bra. Det vart ju kaos. Okej, så att... Tjenare. Default. Då är vi här igen. Då ska du göra alla de här sakerna fort som 17 då.
Så. Ja. Julia? Oh no. All right, let me see. Stop Fabia going in, but send the new arrival to the empty shrine. Understood. But how did you... All right, of course. I'll make sure this gets to him. I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me...
Okej, då är det ju... Nu ska vi se. Mhm. Ja, du. Kom igen, Sentius. Give me the key.
A new fate. Oh my. That is quite a lot to take in. You'll have to give me a moment. Let's see. If that is indeed the case, I suppose we'd better figure out what to do about it, hadn't we? We don't have much to go on, except the old stories. I remember Hercules with Sisyphus. and find so may
Har vi något nytt och roligt att snacka om då?
What is it, citizen? All right.
Boom. Give me the key.
We're finally alone. I must have... Is that about... Seems rather brash. I think it's best if I hang on to it. You mean to ask, why am I unwilling to trust a newly arrived non-citizen with access to our water supply, the lifeblood of this city? I'm sorry, but that is simply out of the question. Yes, our water supply. From you. I wasn't born yesterday. Poisoning a city's water supply is the oldest trick in the Codex. Quite literally. Aeneas the Tactician wrote a siegecraft manual for military commanders some 300 years ago, recommending the poisoning or pollution of cisterns. And I'm beginning to wonder if the culprit we're looking for might, after all this, be you. Perhaps it was a mistake on my part to place so much trust in you.
Alltså vad är det för skillnad på de här svaren?
I doubt that very much, since I'll be keeping the key around my neck at all times from now on. But in any case, was there something else? Thank you. Don't be so foolish. If you kill me, we all die. Allow me to explain. When I discovered the ritual to Proserpina, the instructions came with a warning about paradoxes. The crux of it is this. If you do anything to change the course of history in such a way that your very being here is impossible, you will have created a paradox. To illustrate, when the golden rule is broken, I will open the doorway that will bring you here to prevent it from being broken. If you manage to succeed in saving our lives, then I will have no reason to open the doorway, and you will never have come here. A paradox, you see? The same thing would happen if you, say, inadvertently, allowed me to die. If I can't summon you, then you can't be here, obviously. If either of those things were to happen, I am given to understand you would be flung back to your original time, having changed the course of history for us and yourself. Indeed. Thank you. I'll be waiting here for news.
The many shall suffer.
Men du har ju ett halsband, va? Fasen.
Man lives badly. Does not know how to
Oh. Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al. Well, here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Funny you should ask. I was just reading an old tablet I found here. Well, trying. My Latin is kinda rusty, but the last entry mentioned someone with the same name. It described an event about 2,000 years ago. Someone with your name appeared in the city out of the shrine of Proserpina. and murdered a local magistrate, breaking some kind of ancient law. It said that the voice of a furious god rang out, and the ground trembled and statues sprang to life, firing arrows at the city's inhabitants. Apparently, as the citizens screamed and died in pain, the stranger just vanished in a flash of light. What? You're saying you were here 2,000 years ago? I'm not sure I understand.
Alltså.
I'm sorry, come again? Let me see that. God, why does this writing look so familiar? I've spent a lifetime in this place going around and around in circles. This is disturbing, but I don't understand how I could have written it.
It was written by a different version of you. I changed the past of your fate.
I'm not following. So you're saying, because a man from 2,000 years ago is dead, he never created a time portal, so I never went through it, and that's why I don't remember any of this. I guess. So what you're really saying is, you brought me back from the dead to let me die all over again. You saw the tablet. I spent a lifetime searching for a way out, and never found one. I can't see how I could possibly find one now, so it seems like we're both gonna die here.
I regret nothing.
A mistake? You murdered a man in cold blood, and now there's a city full of dead people. And it's only a matter of time before we join them. I guess all those old Latin inscriptions were right. Pro peccata unius multis dolabunt. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Det är grymt alltså. Men nu är det dags att kolla på resten också. Nick Pierce. Vad fint att de kör bilder på alla så här. Decius, Domitius. Karen Wolf. Mm. 17 bubblor va? Ja, då ska vi se här vad som händer.
I think it's best if I hang on.
Ja, visst vet jag.
Thank you.
Sådär, då är vi här och då är det dags att gå ner och prata med den där liran.
Ugh, this place has become a thoroughfare.
On your best behavior, I trust?
Alltid. Don't be angry nu, kom igen.
I'm not supposed to be in here. Talk. What business? An intriguing proposition. Go on. Perhaps you're not as silly as those clothes make you look. What makes you say that? You know, I may have the very thing you're looking for. Some time ago, when he still cared for me, he wrote me a love letter. Only, he used the wrong name. Now, addressing one's wife by the wrong name is not unheard of among philandering Romans. But in this case, the name he got wrong was his own. I confronted him about it, and he stammered through some incoherent response. I let it go, eventually, and yet questions have lingered in the back of my mind ever since. But wait a minute. Why exactly are you helping me? To withdraw. Listen, I may not be Penelope to his Ulysses, but to ruin his plans to become a magistrate.
Vad dumt. Så dumt.
Quite mad.
Så dumt.
Here at once. Demetrius, come quickly. We're being robbed.
Dum jag är. Jag orkar inte. Fasen.
Do I need to call Demetrius? Get up.
Jag vet ju något, hörru. Jag har ju koll på läget. Lita på mig. Fasen, kan du inte... Jag är ju en snäll kille. Tar alla stålar som finns. Jag orkar inte.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
They're alive!
Ja.
Death arrives. It would be a thing to do.
Har du den här på nu då? Nu? Men varför har du inte... Varför har du ingen halsband, din clown? Du bara ljuger, du har aldrig på den där. Han har inga halsband alltså. Vilken hustler. Vilken lugnare. Får man väl säga.
You? All right. But I'll go.
Let's go.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
I'd murder.
You're not supposed to be in... talk. You know, some time ago, now but... Oh, aren't you charming? I'm quite sure my husband would seethe with impotent rage if he overheard you say that. I love it. It seems our interests are aligned. I imagine knowing his true identity will give me the leverage I need to manage him appropriately. But first, I need you to do something for me.
Absolut.
I want you to bring me some wine.
Inga problem.
Just one small urn should do it. Oh, don't look at me like that. I know this must be hard for you to wrap your sweet little pleb head around. So what do you need me to spell out? You mean, aside from the fact that I'm locked in this room because there's barely any left in the city. In fact, there's only one small urn, as far as I'm aware. And getting it won't be easy. Let me tell you something about Malleolus. He talks a lot about freedom, but what he doesn't tell you is that he means freedom for men. After all I've done for him, counselling him through his entire election campaign, and he had the audacity to lock me in here. He said it was for my own good, and that my drinking was unbecoming of a lady, let alone the wife of a magistrate. I'll show him unbecoming. Tonight, at his victory party, I'm going to get good and merry, and if he tries to discipline me again, I'll threaten to expose his true identity in front of everyone. I am so looking forward to it. So you'll help me? Thank you. Here's the letter.
Quintus to beloved Claudia. For a time I despaired at the thought of being trapped here for the rest of my life. But then I met you. Discovered.
Now, perhaps you can tell me who Quinctius really is.
According to this bounty. According to this bounty letter from Emperor Nero, he's the person who started the fires in Rome.
What? He's... Oh no. That's... quite a lot more serious than I imagined. I only wanted some leverage over him, not to destroy him. Give me that immediately. Nobody else must know.
Orkar inte bli spel igen här. Sure, you can have it. You can have it. Nobody else will know.
Thank you. Now, I appreciate your discretion in this matter. I think it's best if you go now. We'll speak no more of this. Why are you still here? The dainty little thing from next door? Of course not. As much as I despise her father, I would never lay a finger on that poor, sweet child. Well, I've had... Demetrius!
Demetrius doesn't usually let anyone in here without a hefty tribute, so you must have been desperate to see me. Well, what do you want? Are you insane? You barge into my villa uninvited and then make outrageous demands? Why would I withdraw from an election I'm bound to win? So, it finally caught up with me. I suppose that makes you, what, one of Nero's assassins?
Fortunately for you, okay, the Emperor sends his regards.
So, you're not going to kill me?
Så de här valen ändå.
So much work for nothing. Ugh. If I do it, you'll let me live? Fine. Ruling this cesspit of a city would have been beneath me anyway. I'll have Demetrius notify the priestess of my withdrawal. There. You got what you wanted. Now, please, leave my villa and never speak to me again. Demetrius, are you listening?
Yes, sir.
I've made a decision.
Nu vet du, har något hänt här.
On your best behavior, I trust?
We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name? We have? I must have... Is that about... You broke it. Why in... You just wanted... Look, it's... now, I assume you sought me out... Of course. What is it? Well, if you've stopped one person from breaking it and you're still here, allow me to explain. When the crux of it, to illustrate, if you managed the same, if either of, so the fact that you are still here means someone is... I know what you... It looks like you'll have to continue your investigation. Now, was there anything else you wanted to ask? Ask then. Good. Now, thank you. Ah, you've returned. Thank you.
Ugh, this place has become a thoroughfare. Ugh, I wish Hooray... Oh, you heard about...
I found a letter in her room which mentioned her plan.
What? You should...
Fear is proof of a degenerate mind.
What now? Whatever.
Are they? A new face. Well, Malleolus has with... Why do you ask? Oh, what a good idea. He is a virtuous and decent man after all. I happen to agree he'd make a wonderful magistrate. As I said, I'm planning to hold it Well, I wouldn't describe impatience as a good very well.
Citizens, it is time.
Let us meet to elect our magistrate.
Time to go to the theater.
Citizens, we have a quorate body of voters gathered here to elect the city's magistrate. The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and late nominee Gallus Galerius Helver. Marcus Malleolus Gurges withdrew his candidacy earlier today. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Galerius. He saved the life of my dear friend Fabia.
Dacius.
Sentius.
Virgil.
Sentius.
Ulpius.
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
Rufius.
Malleolus.
Citizens, you have made your decision. Sextus Sentius Imperiosus.
My fellow citizens, you've placed your trust in me once again, and you won't regret it. I vow that each day henceforth will be just like this one, and I will deliver.
You and your rival, whatever your name is, you're responsible for this, aren't you? Nobody likes cap and murder foreigners interfering in an election.
Shut up and let the magistrate speak.
Malleolus is going to be magistrate by the end of the day.
You have no idea what you're doing. You're going to get us all killed.
Just stay out of our way, and we won't have a problem.
Wait, I will not allow you to do this.
You're showing your true colors now, priestess. Your corruption sickens me. Domitius, ignore her. Proceed.
This is insanity. You'll doom us all.
Lies. It is time the Golden Rule was exposed to what it is. A children's fable, exploited by a treacherous leader to instill fear in all of us.
The Golden Rule is real, you idiot.
Shut up, all of you. The magistrate has spoken. I'm going to enjoy killing you, old man.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Salve, friend. mind telling me who you are and what you're doing with that bow on your back? Oh, sounds serious. I'm listening. Yulia? Oh no. All right, I can do that. All right, let me see. What? Are you... You're serious, aren't you? I doubt Domitius will let me talk to him, but I'll make sure he passes on the message. I'll go, but one...
Fresh meat, huh?
Ah, a fellow traveler from a faraway land.
Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome to a little community. My name's impossible to pronounce for most people, so you can just call me Virgil. Well, Malleolus is talking about loosening some of the restrictions in this place. And while it's all a bit vague, at least he has a vision. My vote isn't for sale, if that's what you're asking. Nice to talk to you.
Hur är det jag hjälper den här liraren? Quit settle find an unknown fourth plague.
You there! I'm sorry to trouble you, but I couldn't help but notice that fine bow you're carrying. No idea how you managed to get your hands on it, especially in the light of our dear old Majesty. And before you ask, but I wouldn't... Tell me, do you have any idea how people here end up as golden statues? And here I was thinking I was the only one to figure it out. In any case, supposedly, one or two of those arrows is enough to turn a full-grown man into gold. Now, of course, that is a travesty, a terrible, horrible waste of human life, which has to be stopped. And yet, on the other hand, I can't help but think of a tale told by that Greek fella Aesop, the goose that laid the golden egg. With the ability to transmute organic matter into gold, one could create infinite wealth. Use your imagination. Golden animals, insects, trees and plants. The Midas touch without the drawbacks. We are talking riches beyond imagining. And even if we were to split all those riches between the two of us... Look, I might have skimmed over that one, but don't be so pedantic. Are you interested or not? Excellent. So the first question is, how do we get our hands on one of those golden bows? Now, I have a plan, but first, tell me, are you familiar with the story of the goddess Diana? No problem. Allow me to explain. Diana is our goddess of the hunt, the moon, and the underworld, depending on who you ask. The one thing priests and poets agree on is that she carried with her a golden bow and a quiver of golden arrows. And it just so happens that there is a shrine of Diana in this very forum, with a prominent statue of the goddess herself. And would you like to guess what she's holding in her hand?
Tjena Swampstone! Nej, grattis! Oj. Var det en långkörare eller?
Precisely. I can't tell you how many hours I've spent in that temple staring at it, trying to figure out how to retrieve it without breaking you know what.
Ja, jag förstår. Har varit där också.
Oh, gods no! If you tried that, we'd all be dead within moments, I'm sure. No, here's what I propose. You give your bow to me, I cover it in a thin layer of gold leaf, and we create a replica of a golden bow. Then you enter the shrine, extinguish the braziers, and under cover of darkness, swap out the fake for the original. It's not theft exactly, it's more of a trade. But make no mistake, this is a dangerous path, and there's no way of knowing where it will lead.
Men vad kul alltså. Är det första eller är det andra eller?
Now, you must have questions. Ask away. Because the gods would see you, of course. Hence my proposal.
Mysigt. Förhoppningsvis. Det var skönt att tänka på annat emellanåt också, men härligt. 28 oktober, det är precis... är det en våg? Nummer 2, all right. Stort grattis. Kul.
When Prometheus stole fire from the gods and became a hero to all mankind, do you think he was worried about the danger? So, are you in, partner?
Sure thing, va?
Wonderful. Now, if you'll hand over your bow, I can get started applying a layer of gold leaf. This is a quality weapon. Now, bear with me for a moment.
Här kommer klanta sig så det heter duga.
And here we are, a gold leaf bow. Now I've gone and unlocked the Shrine of Diana for you, so as quick as you can, head on inside. It's just at the end of the street on the left. May the gods not watch over you.
Hur gör jag det?
Is that you, partner? Do you have the bow? Wonderful. Just go ahead and slide it under the door.
Ligger i livet, det är en korv.
And yet you did. And now, here we are. With me out here, and you in there. Until you give me my bow. No, technically, I never said that. I said, if we were to split all those riches between the two of us, infinite wealth is still infinite. It's hardly my fault if you can't tell the difference between a hypothetical and a promise, now is it? Oh, I do love a good loophole. You're just gonna have to take your chances, I'm afraid. The bow, now. And don't even think about giving me the fake one. I'll recognise my own handiwork. I would reconsider my position quickly if I were you. I'm not sure if you noticed, but you're stuck in there with a hornet's nest, and they can be rather aggressive toward intruders. You know, some say it takes 27 hornet stings to kill a man, but I always wondered how anyone could have known that. Let's find out if they were right, shall we?
Hur? Ah. Superbågen. Alltså, det är ett sånt bra spel alltså. Det är ett sånt bra spel.
My beloved
Galatea, I write this so that one day when we are finally together you will understand what I've done and why I had to do it. The others will call me mad or a monster, but I don't care what they think. Everything I'm doing here, I'm doing for you.
But I don't care what they think. Everything I'm doing here, I'm doing for you.
Jaha, så läste hon det själv.
I'll start.
Jag pratade så högt så att jag hörde.
Soon after my arrival here, as I walked down a corridor lined with golden statues, I thought I heard a whisper behind me. A rasp of air, as if vocal cords of metal strained to say a word or two. I tried to dismiss the idea, tried to concentrate on my work as the city's medic, but that tortured whisper haunted me. Weeks later, in the hallway to the bathhouse, I heard it again and found myself drawn to the statue of a Roman woman wearing a stola. Her face was contorted with anguish and fear, and disturbingly, it was as if she was looking right at me. As I walked past her, I heard that strained whisper again, and turning back, I discovered that even though I had moved, she was still looking right into my soul. That was when it dawned on me. This was no statue. This was a woman trapped within that golden prison. Naturally, I told the others, but when I could not reproduce the results of my experiment, they would not believe me. But from that moment on, I knew the full horror of this place. Immobilized within these statues are living human beings. It was that day, my love, that my heart broke.
Och det här är ett spel. Från början var det en mod. En Skyrim-modd som gjordes av en kille. Och den Skyrim-modden, när Xbox One-versionen av Skyrim, när de började släppa moddarna där, så blev den här modden extremt populär på Xbox One. Och det föranledde att han som har gjort den här modden från början, en gammal Fallout-moddare, han gick ihop med 2 till personer och så tog de 4,5 år på sig och gjorde det här spelet separat, som släpptes nu i somras. Och det är ett tidsloop-spel där jag har fastnat i en tidsloop under liksom långt bak i tiden. Ja, men verkligen. Och det har faktiskt nu i dagarna, igår, släpptes det till Game Pass. Så har man Game Pass är det ju bara att hugga i liksom. Titta nu, vet du. Och jag har sett 1 av 4 slut hittills. Jag är sjukt nyfiken på fler. Alltså, det var riksslagen. Help me. Okej, hoppa bort härifrån. Spring för livet för bövelen. Nu. Är de fast här, va? Nej, det är de inte. Vad är det som händer? Vad fan händer? Jag var inte redo på det här. Hur kan jag få ner med vatten? Hur kan jag få ner med vatten? Kommer ni med här nu, eller? Okej, de följer inte med hit. Jag förstår. Men varför gör de så här då? Vad är det de håller på med nu då? Kan jag inte... Men... Ett slut har jag som sagt redan fått. Så att det här med flera slut är ju en grej, va? Det här är så vidrigt också när man märkte det första gången att huvudena riktar sig mot mig när jag tittar bort.
You're not supposed to be here.
Alltså just nu... Alltså jag är så nervös. Nu är jag verkligen ute och cyklar här. Vänta, va? Vilken rysning, det är lite småläskigt. Ja, Yooka-Laylee. Superkul ju. Ja, mysigt. Det låter ju fantastiskt. Men okej, vad fanns det här? Ingenting, nej. Just nu är det så mycket som händer här. Vad är det jag ska... Jag har 86 pilar, fasen det är lugnt. Oh. Nej! Okej, jag kan... Hoppas att de inte lever då. Ja, men kom igen nu. Jag är så förbannad. Alltså det är den bästa pilbågen. Returner har jag inte klarat än. Det ska jag klara. Så att det ser jag fram emot. Jag älskar det spelet. Så det kommer när det kommer. Nu däremot så det här spelet ska jag ta och Jules har ju redan... finns det något spel som Jules inte har klarat än? Han hörde av sig i måndags morse och sa det att nu är jag klar med det här. Jaha, då var hen snabbare än mig igen, tänkte jag, och tänkte vad fan, så jag måste hinna med liksom, för att vi spelar in i morgon bitti, så det blir ett nytt avsnitt som släpps på söndag. Massor av spel, lite det här, det blir lite VR, det blir lite... Ja, vad har hen spelat nu? Jo, alltså hen har bränt igenom typ hela Guardians of the Galaxy och Tales of Vesperia bland annat. Så det blir många intryck.
After I learned the terrible truth about the
Söndag, ja.
I wandered the city as if in a nightmare. What must life be like for these poor souls, entombed in gold, but kept alive somehow? Trapped in their own personal Tartarus, consigned to eternal torment, too horrific for any sane mind to... My beloved Galatea. After my beloved Galatea. After I learned the terrible truth about the golden statues, I wandered the city as if in a nightmare. What must life be like for these poor souls, entombed in gold, but kept alive somehow? Trapped in their own personal Tartarus, consigned to eternal torment, too horrific for any sane mind to comprehend. I tried to offer them what small mercies I could. I began to talk to them, to keep them company. I'd imagine backstories for them, give them names, and tell them of the world, of the histories and stories I'd learned as a child. As the others became more concerned by my charity, I sought solitude from them, preferring the company of my tormented charges. Discovering a way into the abandoned palace, I began to spend my days walking its halls and sharing with its occupants ancient tales, my mind turning to those of Apollo and Daphne, Perseus and Medusa, and Pygmalion and Galatea. Pygmalion, the sculptor who fell in love with a beautiful statue, and who, praying to Aphrodite for aid, discovered that his beloved Galatea had come to life. It was then that I heard you whisper to me, Galatea. Forgive me. I know that is not your...
Det är så svårt, för att det är svårt att veta om det är... Är det alla verkligen fast i att de tror att det är gudarna som ligger bakom det här? Eller är det någon av dem som också fattar?
Your face, forever frozen in a look of haunting sadness.
Det vill säga det man själv förstår. Att det här sker i...
From your golden prison, so that I might one day hear you speak.
Nej, jag vet för sig inte hur jag ska förklara det. Sjukt nyfiken att veta hur Jules tänker här.
So I gathered tools for the long and difficult task ahead, barred the doors to this place, and set to work.
Alltså hen har ju spelat igenom det här. Det som tar 10 timmar för oss normala, det bränner ju hen igenom på en timme typ. Så att jag vet inte, vi har inte hunnit snacka om det. Han har bara sagt att spela klart det, liksom. Mm. Nej, det är ingen fara. Det är så trevligt med lite sällskap. Bevakaren var ju förbi tidigare och Prodigon också. Så hade vi någon engelsktalande här också. Så nej, det är inga konstigheter. Det är bara mysigt att samtala lite. Kan jag inte... Hur är det tänkt att... Ja, men eller hur? Hur? Är det att jag klättrar nu? Alltså det är lite wanky, men jag älskar det ändå. Åh, det är så bra. Okej. Vill jag stänga inne de här lirarna? Nej, det vill jag inte. Precis, inte alla ställen jag vill. Det är ett orättvist liv. Men jag sparade väl innan, tror jag. Jag tror det. Bästa spelet. Men om jag gör så tror jag i och för sig. Jag ska... Okej. Meningen är nog rusa in dit och sen låsa ut dem. Så gör vi. Okej, hur? Nu ska vi göra så här också, bara för att. Aha, jag kan klättra där också. Varför gjorde jag inte det?
You. Please. Help us.
Alltså vilken ultra ninja jag är nu. Palatset nu. Alltså så nervös. Pengar, yes. Här är det fullt, okej, då ska jag inte dit. Arg blir jag på att de är så irriterande. Svåra att sikta på också.
My beloved Galatea, my attempts at freeing these souls from their golden prisons have not been going to plan. My first charge was a Greek woman who I called Iodame after the Athenian turned to stone by Medusa. Drilling through the gold that encased her, I was vindicated by the discovery that beneath half an inch of gold, which is so rigid it must be some kind of alloy, was living flesh. Unfortunately, this golden alloy seems to have fused with her skin, so removing it exposed the sinew and muscle beneath and appeared to cause her great pain. At first, I braced myself, expecting that inflicting such pain would break the golden rule, and yet, somehow, it did not. It seems whichever god is responsible for imprisoning these poor souls does not care about their suffering at all. They are forsaken. Undeterred, I pressed on, working late into the night, attempting to remove the golden layer that encased her as delicately as I could. Eventually, I was able to free most of her body, but when I released her from her restraints, her first act was to lunge for my throat, clawing at me with all her strength and those sharp metal talons. This was my thanks for trying to save her. Whatever possessed Iodame to attack, she was clearly not a suitable subject for my experiment, and I was forced to lock her inside an isolated wing of the palace and bar the door. As I continued working on others, I could hear her flailing and launching herself at the other side endlessly. Regrettably, my other experiments bore similar results, and after relocating a few times, most of the palace is now too dangerous to work in. Still, as much as my heart aches to know that you're suffering, I cannot risk attempting to ungild you yet. Not until I have perfected a method that will bring you back to me, whole in both mind and body, and ensuring your humanity is preserved. I promise you this. One day we will be together, even if I have to free every last statue in this god's forsaken place.
Ah. Tänk att allt det här triggades av den här idioten, alltså. Den här lugnaren som försökte lura. Tjena kompis! Shabam! Lite nervigt är det alltså. Men jag vet ju att jag har bra sparfiler. De har ju ett bra sparsystem liksom. De duckar hela... Att bli tokig på duckarna. Åh, vad snällt. Åh, vi är såna amatörer på det här med streaming. Jag har frågat de som är proffs, men det är inte att, vi har inte alltid haft tid att fixa. Ja, vad dum jag känner mig nu. Vi lägger liksom inte så mycket krut på det här. Och det är mest jag som har haft förutsättningar att kunna bara slänga upp streams. Men jag ska försöka tjata på Sara och kanske Elisa och proffsen som kan det där. Eller Lilly. Kan du inte ångra det där då? Och så kan vi göra det göra det någon annan gång. När vi har fixat såna här coola grejer så ska vi ha något riktigt wholesome. Vad snäll du är. Jag vet inte ens vad det... Jag har inte ens någon aning om vad det är eller vad det betyder. Blir vi miljonärer nu kanske? Det är ju fantastiskt. Titta ut. Nu mår jag bra. Men vad är det här? Jag ska försöka be dem fixa. No shit, you must be Neva.
And you must be the wretched snake who broke into my palace and disturbed my experiments. And worst of all, look at what you made me do to her. This never would have happened if you just stayed away. You're going to pay for that. And do you think I care about that? I don't care what happens to me, as long as you get what you deserve. Liar! I locked and barred the gate. I left a message warning you all to leave me alone. I just wanted to do my experiments in peace, for her. And now look at her. You made me turn the most beautiful woman I've ever seen into this. Look at her. She's in agony.
Alltså sjukt.
Was to spend my last moments with her, to see her beautiful face, to hear her speak freely, instead of in those cryptic whispers. But as soon as I began my work, she stopped whispering to me. And now I discover she started whispering to you instead. What's so special about you? What do you mean, the same voice? Yes. I remember when they used to whisper to me. They did sound similar. I just thought it was because all voices sound the same when they whisper. But now that I think about it, they were all benevolent and seemed to share a common knowledge. But if these bodies are mere conduits for that one voice, then this body is nobody. And everything I've done here was... Wait, I see what you're doing.
Nej, stanna nu.
Steal her away from me. Were you planning to wait until I'd done all the hard work, then swoop in? Is that it? Liar! You tried to steal her away from me, and now look what you made me do. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't peel you too. What? What are you talking about? Wait. So you're saying you weren't coming for us?
Alltså hon har ju inte varit helt fräsch mot människor. Men hon är ju heller inte påverkad av the golden rule, fattar inte.
So I did all this. I ruined her. For nothing. What have I done? Oh God, I feel sick. I can't bear the thought of her being like this. And in so much pain. It's the air coming into contact with her flesh. It's agonizing for them. But the only way to fix it will be to break the golden rule and let it run its course. At least that way she'd be golden again, and we'd be together. All it would take is one little cut.
At least that way she'd be golden again and we'd be together.
It's too late. There's nothing you can do. I have to do this.
Nej, det behöver du inte, din klant.
What? How? Really? I'm not sure I believe you. But if you can undo this mess, I'll tell you what you need to know. But if you're lying to me, I'll break the golden rule and kill you and everyone else in this city. Understood? You did it. You took away her pain. I don't know what to say. Thank you. Thank you. I swear I will
Alltså hon är så sjuk, det här går ju inte.
I swear it. I'll stay here to keep her company. But these poor souls, what can be done for them? I've tried everything I can. I fear the only one capable of releasing them properly is whichever god doomed them in the first place. In any case, I must honor our bargain. The treatment for rheumatism is willow bark. I believe there's a pot of it already in the shrine of Apollo. Now, please leave. The door here leads out onto the palace balcony. You should be able to make your way down from there. Go, and never return.
Isn't the great temple majestic?
Alltså ni ska veta vad jag har sett. Oj, oj, oj. Den här linan däremot.
Whatever's in that great temple up there on the bluff, I bet it's worth a fortune. Oh, hello there, partner. I'm glad you're here. I think there might have been some confusion about my little practical joke earlier. You see, my plan was to give you a little fright, you know, like two friends joking around at the Saturnalia, and then, surprise, I'd open the door. But when I opened it, you were gone. Partner, there's no need for threats. Yeah, well, I don't have to listen to this. Get lost. Don't even talk to me.
Sometimes I stare at the great temple on the bluff, and I think, whatever is in there, it has to be important. Welcome back. Well, Cynthius seems to know what he's doing. Nobody's broken the golden rule under his watch so far.
Ingen aning, ärligt talat. Jag spelar ju... Nu sitter jag och spelar på Series X. För att vi fick koden till den. Och så spelar jag också Ghost of Tsushima. Sen spelar jag andra spel. Just nu som jag inte kan prata om än. Jag har verkligen hoppat som en 50-50 buse. Mellan konsolerna. Det är... När man tänker efter så är det ju jättebökigt. Väldigt bökigt.
You wouldn't believe.
Men...
Nice to talk to you.
Men... nej, jag har faktiskt ingen... Jag gillar Returnal supermycket. Alltså verkligen så att jag tänker att Returnal... Det finns väl ingen bättre spel än Returnal i år. På många sätt. Men samtidigt så har jag spelat andra bra spel.
Need something?
Nu kan jag prata med henne.
Oh, there's not much to tell. I mostly just bake bread and try to
Jag har börjat uppskatta PS5 lite nu. Mycket för att jag spelar Ghost of Tsushima och laddningstiderna är liksom sådär, det gillar jag. Men det är bara, nej, det är anekdotiskt.
I suppose it all started about 8 months ago. I was living in Rome with my family when I got sick. Terrible timing. My pa had just arranged a husband for me. A fisherman's son. I was about to meet him for the first time when I came down with an awful fever. I spent the next week in bed. Pa paid priests to make offerings to Asclepius, a white rooster, then a goat. But nothing worked. In the end, they decided I'd do better outside the city. Clean air in the countryside would do me good, they said. But after about a day in a carriage on the Appian Way, I was getting worse, not better. I remember closing my eyes for a bit, and I guess I must have fell asleep, because when I opened them again, I was in a forest by a river. I suppose the driver took off with his fee and left me for dead. Can't say I blame him. I wouldn't have wanted to catch what I had either. Anyway, I went searching for help, stumbled across the trapdoor temple, and here I am. It's nice of you to say, but you should save your sympathy. Lots of people here need it more than I do. What? You've been here a few moments and you're good people here. My friend Georgius is always mending our clothes. Well, I'm just saying. Well, I can tell... Oh. Thanks. And I'm sure he'd love to... He'll be just across the ford.
Nu
Terrible shame, that is. Maybe this'll help. Late last night, I was cleaning my oven when I heard some noises outside. The forum's usually dead quiet at that hour, so I came out to see what was going on. To be honest, I thought maybe poor old Dooley had got out of his cell and was snooping around again. So I put my head out and saw someone in front of Virgil's shop. I couldn't tell who. It was too dark. I called out to them, but they just turned and ran off without a word. All I remember is they ran past a lit torch and the light glinted off something metallic. Armour, I think. So I suppose it could only be one of 3 people. Horatius, Domitius or Rufius. I hope that helps.
Eller hur?
All right. Thanks again for taking care of our problem. I won't forget it.
Det vet du. Nu ska vi se. Då är det ju... Nu börjar det bli kväll här, då misstänker jag.
Ah, a fellow greetings. My friend. I knew this day would come. I do not wish to lie to you, my friend, but even discussing this matter is dangerous. Please, let us leave the live coals safely beneath the ash.
Alltså jag fattar inte det för fel på de här grejerna ibland.
Very well, but the magistrate would not look kindly.
Prova att skriva det på engelska. Jag fattar inte vad det är för fel.
For several months now.
Som sagt, vi är ju superamatörer på det här.
The gods of my ancestors in the temple of Demeter. Each day, I leave offerings of food in the hope that we may have a bountiful harvest, and yet the next day, when I return, the food is missing. The offering, it is symbolic, you see. It is never eaten. So I ask, who or what is devouring the food in this temple? Stranger still. Once I sat in front of my shop like the 100-eyed Argus until dawn to see if I could spot a thief going in. But do you know what I saw? Nothing! Nobody entered, and yet when I went to take a look, my offering was gone. It is bizarre, is it not? When I told my friend Kabash of this at the tavern, he offered to help investigate. He went in, and to my dismay, he was never seen again. It is the only Greek temple in the city. Head towards the baths, and it is the last building on your right. I do not think you should pursue this, my friend. It would break my heart to be responsible for 2 people disappearing. But you do not strike me as a kind of person to be deterred by such warnings, so just be careful, I beg you.
Sure thing, va? Och nu skulle vi snacka med... Vad håller du på med, Rufius? Hör du?
Name's Rufius. Better watch your step.
Jag går inte vara så sur.
No idea what you're talking about? Yeah? Prove it. Whatever.
Var är min polare? Där är du, och där är du. Vi ska upp till templet och kolla efter en grekisk. Aha, jag fattar. Vad knäppt också det här är med Twitch, alltså det är så märkligt. Men det finns väl en hel del att spela, va? Det här är lite roligt. Att jag med knapptryckning kan ändra filter. De här är helt bizarra, de här som kommer här. Mosaik. Eller... Helt orimliga. Helt orimliga. default. Kan vi lira? Vad händer här nere? Fest? Där ska jag inte hoppa, va? Jag spelar ingen roll. Det var en invincible wall. Jag kunde ändå inte ta mig ner. Skönt när spelet är lite styrt också. Titta här. Här sitter han och tokkillar alltså. How you doing? Nähä, jo. Vad händer?
You carry the gift of Prometheus in your hand. Remarkable. Welcome, welcome. May I ask your name? It's a sincere pleasure to meet you. Tell me, what brings you all the way down here? Then perhaps the fates brought you here to learn the secrets of this place.
Jag förstår.
I will tell you everything I know, but first, a request. I have been living down here alone for many years, with nobody to talk to but myself. The one thing I long for above all else before I die is a good philosophical argument with somebody astute. I'm hoping that person is you. Let us find out with this simple question. Have you deduced the name of the god responsible for the golden rule? Excellent. I see you are indeed quite astute. Very few come to that realization before their time in the sun is over. Now, will you join me in a friendly Socratic dialogue?
Sounds easy enough.
Wonderful. Then let me
Jag har
begin.
noll koll på den här typen av
Would you say
filosofi.
you know the difference between right and wrong? You are an overthinker too. We're the same then. It is probably why I became a philosopher. But if you struggle with right and wrong normally, then down here with the golden rule, surely your struggle can only have become more difficult. Well, that's reassuring. And the truth is, you're not alone. You see, out there in the world, being uncertain about right and wrong was acceptable because our mistakes rarely had consequences. So we would tell lies and bend rules and turn a blind eye and rationalize, and yet still find a way to think of ourselves as good people. But under the golden rule, morality matters. The slightest wrongdoing could result in
Det är första förra recensionen. Ja, just det, precis.
So to navigate this maze, we would have to be certain about the difference between right and wrong. Wouldn't you agree? That is an excellent question, and it leads directly to my next line of inquiry. So let me ask you this. Is there one system of morality which is always perfectly correct, which you could follow in every situation and always do the right thing? How can that be? Since they all have differences, it follows that in some cases they would offer different conclusions about what is right and wrong. If there is a correct moral code, then wouldn't it follow that only one can be the correct one? You know, I think you'd find an ally in Herodotus, a scribe from among my people who lived some 400 years ago. He told the story of a man named Darius, whose curiosity was piqued when he learned that
Nu börjar klockan bli...
eating their dead. He asked some Greeks who burnt their dead, "What would it take for you to eat your dead?" Aghast, they replied, "Nothing." Then he asked the tribe who ate their dead, "What would it take for you to burn your dead?" "Nothing," they replied, equally aghast. From this, Herodotus concluded that custom is king. that right and wrong are merely local ideas which do not survive the journey from one tribe to
The
another.
story that you have been told. Absolute.
Then let me ask you this. If you visited a tribe where they ate each other, copulated with the dead and drank wine from cups made out of human skulls, would you still maintain that within such a tribe there is nothing wrong with such conduct?
Jag ser vart han är på väg.
And that's a credit to you. It is the mark of a civilized person to change their position when presented with a superior argument. My point is this. I don't think anyone alive truly knows any hard and fast rules about right and wrong. Surely you would agree there are circumstances where an exception may be made, such as where it is necessary for self-defense or to prevent a greater evil? For any rule, you can imagine there are countless situations in which that rule may be suspended, and those situations are impossible to codify. If there is one thing I have observed about rules, it is that virtuous people do not need them, and evil people will always find a way around them. And so we must accept our limitations, and the sad truth that no human society will ever achieve the utopia for which it strives. In mathematics, we would call it an asymptote.
Efter den här snurran här med de här dialogerna, då är det dags att runda av för mig.
Because the only way to create a utopia is with the ever-present threat of force.
Supermysigt med lite sällskap innan här också, Swampstar.
This
Grattis
and
igen.
no other is the root from which a tyrant springs when he first appears as a protector. And life under tyranny is no utopia at all.
Det känns som att de som...
Well, reasonable minds may differ, and if utopia really is possible, then I would be glad to be wrong. In any case, thank you for humoring an old man. I would be happy to answer your questions. I enjoyed our chat, but please, keep my presence here a secret, yes?
Yes. Oh. Kul. Kul, tycker jag. Så får det bli. Men du, ta hand om dig och nytillskottet. Så hörs vi när vi hörs nästa gång. Mors, trevlig helg. På söndag nytt avsnitt. Ja, det är väl ingen stress. Jag har förstått att det är många som lyssnar och försöker hänga i kapp och grejer. Härligt. Precis. Kram, kram. Hej.